Fritz, how's it going?
Oh man, I am so excited. It's another .NET Conf day.
It is day two, but which when we mentioned this yesterday that typically our focus events are one day.
hmm
We go from 8 a.m. or 9 a.m. depending on the amount of content, and we go through the entire day. This time we're trying a little bit different, right? A little different approach.
Yeah, we know that folks are really interested in this topic of
Right.
modernization. There's a lot to it. We could fill a whole day with that, but we know that a lot of you that need to learn about modernization can't stick around for a full day.
Right.
So we thought it might be a little bit more convenient, and we wanted to try out a format that shifts to 2 half days so you can tune in for a little bit, catch what you need to, and still get back to work, get back to the office to help the other folks that are out there.
Right. And the nice thing about it, just like we do with every .NET Conf, we take the content, we take the entire day of streaming, splice it, and then you have each individual session so you can watch it a little bit later, which honestly, you want to talk about what we have for them already?
So that means we've got a YouTube playlist already started for you with content from
Yep.
yesterday. Check it out right there. We've got
Yep.
on the lower third, there's a link for you to go through. And actually, I've got a QR code on a slide here that we can
That's right.
show that there it is right there. Take a picture if you're watching on a screen, you want to be able to jump right to it on your
Right.
phone, and this is going to get you through and show you all the stuff we learned yesterday about GitHub Copilot Upgrade Assistant. We learned about upgrading using the using DAB, right?
Right. Oh
The
yeah. That was pretty
data
that was a great
API builder with
yeah.
our friend Jerry
Gary
Nixon.
Nixon. That was a great session.
And then seeing side by side deployment
Correct.
upgrades. Um,
With YARP, with
with
ASP.NET to
Yarp.
ASP.NET Core, kind of running those side by side up. That was
Yeah.
pretty impressive.
That's a great strategy that we saw Taylor talk through about
Right.
getting us set up for migrating web forms applications.
Yep. And more importantly is that the content that we will see today and live stream will go directly into that playlist. So it's not like we're going to have playlist 2 or anything else. It's
Now,
just here's everything you need for the entire content for the session, which is awesome.
we've got an extra session, a bonus session that we're
Yes, we do.
adding into the playlist from our friends from the Uno platform who are going to show you how to upgrade a mobile application,
Right.
native applications using their tools if you want to check out and work with a different set of .NET tools as well.
Exactly. Yeah, no, we have a lot of content planned out for this day, and I hope that all of you watching. I was looking at the YouTube stream here at the chat, and it's like we have people from Brazil, from Moldova, we have somebody from San Diego, and it's great that everybody's tuning in
Yeah,
and just enjoying all this. So for all you watching, thank you so much for taking the time to be with us today.
absolutely. I have just a few more
Yep.
slides. The other announcements we want to do some bookkeeping, some housekeeping here. So we do have a swag bag that our sponsors that are helping get the word out. They want to connect with you. We have a limited number of these that we're raffling off. We'll have details about winners later today, but go to the focus.netconf.net website, click on the swag link,
Hmm.
and some of these sponsors have all kinds of things available for you, licenses, different prizes that are in a swag bag. You're going to win from what is it, like 12, 13 different companies?
Yeah,
That,
15
that
different companies all together,
oh,
which is awesome. Yeah, a lot of great stuff.
a lot of great stuff that you can win. And our friend Tomas has a book all about modernizing your
Yes.
applications. If you like reading books and getting that step-by-step walkthrough of how to go through the process, check out his book, Modernizing .NET Web Applications. There's a 10% discount. You can use the QR code there or go to modernizationbook.com
Right.
and get that 10%
The,
discount.
the important thing to note about this code is it's valid until April 26th. So it's not necessarily like, and I'm saying this because I'm horrible at this. I will write it down, and then like a week or two later, I'm like, I got to go do this.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm just kind of bringing it up for people. So that way
Yep.
you want to jump on it now if you want something like this.
Absolutely. And I think there we are. If you were interested in learning more about the GitHub Copilot Upgrade Assistant, we have a
Yes.
sign up list. So it's not staying. It animated right out of it. There we go. Um,
Welcome to live shows.
welcome to live shows. So check this out. It's the animation is built in there, so that's fine. We can drop the slides. The There is a sign up there. The upgrade assistant is it's in a private preview, but you can
Right.
sign up to be added to the list and give it a try before it gets publicly released. We want to get your feedback. We want to learn more about how you might use it as we go and build out the tool.
And if you want to know how it actually works, session number 2 from yesterday and the event and the player list, you can actually see how it actually works and what it's capable of doing, which is awesome to learn about, right? And the cool part about this is that it's a, like you said, it's a private preview. So not, this is the one chance for you to put your name on the list
Yeah.
and have access to these sort of tools and provide direct feedback to the teams, participate and actually try it in your own source code. So
Yep.
that this session brought up a lot of conversations on YouTube and on Twitch, which is
Yeah.
awesome to see.
Really good stuff there. But it's time to start our second day now.
That is true. Yeah, we are have our presenter for Michael, who will be talking to us about .NET modernization with AI assisted tooling as well. So, hey, Michael, how are you doing?
Hey, Javier and Jeff, good to see you guys. Doing very well.
Awesome.
Doing very
Great.
well.
Well, without
Thank you.
further ado, you have the stage, my friend.
Awesome. Well, thank you. I'm so pumped up with all of the great like swag bags and also a bunch of the new technology that's just been announced. And there are some new stuff that I'm also going to bring you with also the updates of the existing stuff as well. So I will get started right away. I'm Michael Yanjiho from the Azure Core AI product team, and I manage all of the kind of the overall product strategy for our past portfolio and also our migration tooling. So I think a lot of you might have actually seen a lot of the kind of bumpy roads when you're migrating or you're modernizing your applications from the traditional application to a cloud-based AI-ready app. There's a lot of the things to take into consideration, including some configuration changes that you have to make it right so that you will be able to be cloud ready. There's a bunch of the monolith application that you have to sort of decouple them. You have a bunch of the existing limited performance capabilities or even like security and privacy concerns of the things that you're using that's embedded in the code that you're writing. So there is quite a lot of the things to actually consider. And then before that, you can actually move into be like AI ready or to be like in the cloud. And what we typically see customers are doing is they start by assessing the application. And that's going to be the most important thing. It's kind of like the first step that you will be doing. And that's also the tool that we will be introducing shortly, which we have made an announcement last year. But then there's quite a lot of enhancements that we have done with the AI and also all of the technology that we have embedded. So starting from assessing your applications, you will want to find issues, you want to plan resources, you will want to do the code change, and then eventually you'll want to test before you actually go deployment, right? That's kind of like a very typical way of like how a software development lifecycle would look like. Now, the whole thing could be so much easier if there's some tool that can actually help you with this, right? So that's exactly why we developed the tool that's called Application and Code Assessment Tools, in short, AppCAT. And we'll go into that. Before that, I want to just talk about what's the benefit of like modernizing your .NET application further. Basically, you wanted to leverage like the capabilities that we have on Azure, right? You wanted to get the native support, you wanted to get the full offerings, you wanted to get all of the cool goodies, and even the direct supportability with like SQL Server, with Windows Server, with IIS, with a bunch of the Microsoft first-party capabilities. And you want to use the tools that you're already familiar with. So everything that we build is around the tooling, like Visual Studio, like Visual Studio Code, and also GitHub Copilot. So everything is all integrated with one IDE that doesn't really, need you to go away or go somewhere else to be able to actually do the work. And then you have all of the integration with like GitHub, ADO that you're familiar with. So you can stage and you can pipe everything within your DevOps pipeline and then just get everything going fairly easily. And you got also like, cost performance benefits. You got like protections from your application with like built-in services like firewall, gateway, or even Defender for Cloud. You also got GitHub advanced security features that you can then embed them into. So all these are the benefits of what you wanted to do. And we're the only cloud that actually provides all these like fully managed services and also fully end-to-end experiences from code to cloud and also from cloud to optimize to AI that actually gives you all of these benefits altogether. So like what we have mentioned earlier on, we build a kind of portfolio of different tooling across everything. Like you have all of the different tools starting from your portfolio assessment with if you're an IT. So typically your IT will start from like, Azure Migrate or the third-party tool like, Dr. Migrate or the other ones to also go through like how everything is basically going from discovery, assessment, and then eventually for the migration, we made it super easy for you to do a one-click deployment directly to, for example, VMs. And for those ones who wanted to leverage all of the above mentioned, benefits and also the kind of the capabilities that we offer you, we also built App Service Migration Assistant that helps you move your .NET websites directly or ASP.NET sites directly from your on-premises to Azure with a very good looking GUI that you can actually get things rolling very easily. And that also works very well with your IaaS manager. So you can detect, you can look at the application, you can see how everything is working. Let me just show you real quick how that actually looks like. So everyone's very familiar with this. This is the IaaS manager. I have my dev shop site right here running, and that's kind of a very, very simple management portal right here that everybody's already familiar with. The App Service Migration Assistant makes it super simple. You can choose like wherever the application is, and then you can choose your application that's already running. In this case, it's on my machine. You can do some of the simple things to check on the applications itself. And then most of the things are going successfully. There's only the configuration that might need to change. You can do that later, or the tool could actually help you mitigate that. And then you copy, open the browser, you then connect to your subscription, and then you can get the migration hub going, you got the option going, and then you will get your connection right there. So it's fairly simple. Basically open up a quick screen to just want you to paste the code. Let me just put it over here so you will be able to see where you copy paste those codes directly in here, like what we have next. And then it'll basically allow to access the specific application to say, okay, I want to log into my account and using App Service Migration Assistant. And then now it's running, and then it'll just basically pass through and then ask you to get your passcode again to just make sure that you are you so that it's very secure. And then it'll ask you again, are you trying to sign in to App Service Migration Assistant? You can say continue, then everything will be right up there. You have already signed in. And then you can create a migration project to assign to each one of your specific migration hub. And then you can look at the subscription that you wanted to do. You can create something new. You can then just name your destination, and then you can hit migrate. And then all of the application is already migrated to Azure. That's how simple it is. Now, with that, we also give you additional capabilities like what we have introduced about a year ago of the code and app assessment capabilities for .NET and Java, which is called Azure Migrate Application and Code Assessment Tool. That tool gives you all of the details that I will also show you some demos of like what are the enhancements that we've been making and also what are the things that is actually enhanced with GitHub Copilot now. So that with the AI capability, you can make it super easy for any developers in your team to be able to understand what needs to be done and also what are the things that we need to do. Okay, let's move on to the specific things of the application and code assessment tool. Now, what is this tool? So many of you might be already familiar with it. This is a tool that gives you the ability to look at your static source code and also compiled binaries and configurations locally in your local machine. So it does not require any sort of internet connection necessarily. As long as you have the latest Visual Studio and also you have the tool, you will be able to run the code assessment and also all of the capabilities that we were talking about to be able to give you those different story points and also give you those issues that it identifies and then all of the things that it needs to be changed. And what it does is it identifies all of the source code issues that will be potentially an issue for you if you don't change them before you move on to Azure. So that helps you sort of mitigate everything before you actually do the actual code change and the migration. And finally, we made it super simple to integrate that with GitHub Copilot so that you have the contextual feedback, you have the contextual experience of what are the projects that you are currently working with, what is the things that you wanted to change, and also what are the issues that it identifies. And then it gives you the specific recommendations and the next steps to expedite the whole process when you're trying to apply for the specific code changes and also the remediation. And what it does on the issues identified is that it captures all of the different source code connection strings or source code services that it uses, or all of the source code issues. For example, it'll pop, like for example, you're using a database connection strings that might be a SQL Server. You might be having some Windows auth that is dated. You need to change it to like Azure auth for Azure ready. There are some file systems that might be running underneath that you might need to like update to like some Azure specific services. There are some networking specific configurations that you might want to also update. There are some embedded identity somewhere, or even secrets that you might be hard coded in that you're not aware of, because those might be legacy code, right? It detects all of these for you, and then it recommends what are the things that needs to be done, and also what are the things that needs to be figured out afterwards. And when should you consider like starting the whole thing? Well, we typically recommend you to start from the get-go. So when you really wanted to identify like what are the applications that's ready for going in the planning, in the IDA kind of the state, you might want to use AppCAT right away, so that you can start by assessing your source code, assessing your applications, and to understand what are the dependencies, how much time do I need to plan, how much resources do I need to prepare, and then how much of those issues that you can then prioritize on how to mitigate each of them. And using the capabilities that we enabled with GitHub Copilot Chat, that to help you, plan, understand the resourcing, understand how much of the time and also how much of the capability that's needed on your team to be able to get it done, or follow through like all of the different steps that it recommends and the services that it recommends to be able to then help you mitigate those code before you actually upgrade or before you actually move to Azure. And finally, the App Service Migration Assistant helps you move that entire application directly to App Service, so that the deployment and everything could be done right there in the shipping kind of a stage. So just to give you an idea of like how that is. And like what we have mentioned, AppCAT runs offline. So there's no user code that's transferred to Microsoft. We collect very minimal telemetry just to understand if the system is working or the system is not working, and that's all. And it helps you scan for potential security concerns and also anything that's wrong in your source code. For example, you might be having some issues with the specific application that somebody might be hard-coded something into your application with their secrets or with their passwords. You want to mitigate that, right? So that's something that it also captures. And then finally, GitHub Copilot helps you basically run everything and also get everything going. So with that, let me just jump right away to the demo so that you will see how that's going. So I'm in my Visual Studio 2022. The first thing that you need to do is to open pop-up extension manager and type in AppCAT. And in this case, I've already installed, but in the case that you haven't, please install that. Then you will be able to use all of the capabilities that we are mentioning here. And for also the GitHub Copilot, you will need to have GitHub Copilot to sign in as well. In this case, I've already signed in. So you want to sign in and also want to make it open so that you will be able to use the capabilities that we'll be introducing shortly. Now, moving to the projects that we're doing, MVC Music Store. Every one of you should be very familiar with this application, which is written many, many years ago. And we kind of revitalize it to just showcase that what is the ability that AppCAT is able to do to be able to actually capture all of those dependencies before you actually move on to Azure. So once you install everything, once you have like GitHub Copilot enabled, it's super, super simple. Right click on your project, and then you can see, the upgrade that you saw yesterday, right? Like that's something that you will want to do, like for upgrading to a newer version of .NET. And in this case, for the AppCAT, you can just say replatform to Azure and click it. Voila. You got the report creation UI, and the UI here basically asks you to say, hey, I want to run a new report, or I wanted to open an existing report. In this case, I wanted to run a new report. And because MVC Music Store is a .NET MVC 5 application that runs specifically on the ASP.NET kind of a scenario, and I wanted to run it on app service. You can also point that to some other services like container apps or even Kubernetes service for your application to run. For example, you wanted to access your container with all of the configurations and all of that, or you wanted to just specifically full-blown AKS. That's also something that you could do. But in this case, I'm going to choose App Service Windows to make it super simple, because then I can just push my application right away over there. Now I click next, it'll ask you what other project you wanted to look at. So you wanted to choose the entire project, or if some cases you might have multiple different projects, you might want to select them. But we recommend you to select a few so that you can focus on specific projects that you wanted to do the code remediation and also the updates for. And then you click next. In this case, you have two options. One is to scan the source code and settings. So that includes everything in your code. That includes, all of those specific like C#, Visual Basic, or even like ASP.NET specific stuff. And that might be specifically the web config files or the app settings. In some cases, if you're running the specific files in there, that those are the applications and the source codes that actually scan and also look at everything that is in there and making sure that it's working properly, and then give you those like issues and also the specific story points. And binary, many of you might also wanted to look at like binary dependencies. There might be specific binaries that you wanted to check to make sure that everything is working proper. You might be having some loose DLLs. You might be running some specific like open source NuGet files. You might be also looking at something that .NET Framework is, you're not using like .NET Framework. That might be some like global assembly or some DLL specific files in that case, so that you can then look at the specific like environmental settings to make sure that everything that you have is all under control, and then you can then move to the right place. In this case, I'm not going to run that because it's going to give me a lot more things to look at, but I'm just going to show you like what it will look like in the source code specific areas. And I click Analyze. Now, typically, because this is a small project, so it runs super fast, like just 1-2 seconds, it's done. In the larger kind of projects, it might be taking up to like 1 or 2 minutes that we see, like some of those customers that we helped in the past, it runs somewhere around like 1 minute all the way to like 3 minutes. That might be a huge, large file that's right there. So so that varies so that you know. And once it's run, it gives you these compatibility report to basically tell you how compatible your application is to the Azure destination that you have chosen. So in this case, you see all these different labels, all the dashboards, projects, and aggregated issues with all the different panels. So in here, many of you, if you're already using this, you're familiar with, right? Like you have the mandatory things. That means you gotta change. Like those are the things that you have to change so they're operable in Azure. There are optional stuff that's basically telling you, you can change it. They're not like blocking issues, but we recommend you to change. There might be some like, specific configuration or the kind of, key vault kind of a stuff that we will recommend you to use in opposed to be using some traditional auth kind of mechanisms and whatnot. So that would make it run smoother, faster, and also safer. There are some potential things, that's the things as kind of like more of a common or like common things that you wanted to just look at that will not impact your migration, but it'll basically help you make things easier and also run like more safer, faster, and also more optimized. And finally, there might be some informational stuff that are specifically just for your information, and that might be something that's right there. And we now aggregated all of the different categories. In the past, you are seeing a lot more story points. We denoise them so that it's a lot easier for you to focus on the most important things to actually change and not like all of the swaps of everything, because a legacy or traditional application might have a lot of things that you wanted to change. But in this case, we made it super simple so that it's less kind of story points, is also categorized into what are the things that you might want to look into. There are security issues, there are scale issues, there are identity issues, database connection, or some other stuff that you might be detecting. We also added Copilot chat right over here so that you can then look at, what are the steps of this specific project and also what are the things that you wanted to do. So we'll do that right after. Now, this is the project that you're having, and then all these are the issues I actually detect. So this is the mandatory issue that you have the Windows authentication. You might want it to change to something else so that it'll run smoothly on Azure. There are then some of the other like potential things, just like what I mentioned, right? Like there's the connection strings, there's the database connection strings that it has detected, and you might want to do something about it. And then there's also the static content that is optional, right? You don't want to have static content to be baked in. You want everything to be having specific dynamic rendering so that it saves the space, and also making your site loads faster so that it doesn't really load that much of the stuff that might potentially be having like some performance issues and challenges. And also some security things like it detects of, oh, there's like, some configuration builders detected that you might want to change the key to something else, and you might want to use some service to mitigate them. Or even there's like hard-coded sensitivity data that's detected, like what I've mentioned before, right? Like there are some passwords right here that you might want to change to something else. Now, what we have added to all these cool capability is the Copilot chat, and make it super, super neat to get everything going very fast. So I can just click on Open Chat and say, hey, help me start migrating my solution to Azure. And Copilot will start like basically looking at your context of your project, looking across like everything that you have, and also to see what are the code, what are the resources that it's using, and then how you can actually transform them into something that's actionable, and then making it very, very straightforward of like how are the stuff that's right there. In this case, it detects a lot of the different stuff. There's like the database connection strings, there's the static file, there's sensitivity data, there's the logging mechanism. So those things are the things that it detects within the project that I just mentioned, right? So I can ask Copilot, say, how much do I need? How long would it take me to all these? So that it gives you those contextual recommendations based on the complexity of the project, and also based on the application itself that it actually has the context of, to really kind of thinking about, okay, this might be how much of the efforts that I might be needed, aside from like kind of the starting point of like, hey, everything that we've just mentioned, right? Like initially you have to do everything on your own. If you're an expert, you know where to fix. Just go right ahead, and then to find that specific line of code and the aggregated issue, and then you can then see, the specific stuff in the specific source code right there that it detects, to then be like changing directly. But then in some of the other cases, if you have a large team, or if you have a lot of the different applications you wanted to assign to a lot of the different people to then get things to work on, then the easiest thing is to then just get the Copilot to help you with. So there is something right here that to estimate the resource, the timeline for your migration, we need to address each issue by the step. Let's start by the database migration. Then it'll just basically tell you, okay, these are the things. I have the database. How do I do? And then I can just click, and then it'll generate like one by one by one by one. So with all of the specific issues right there of like everything that it needs to be done. And for each of the specific item, Copilot can generate the specific things. For example, if you already assess your database, or if you haven't assessed your database, you will have been prompted the different results. And it based upon like everything that's right here in your source code. So all of those contexts is taken into Copilot, and then Copilot is then generating all these specific things. So in the case of like, if you have already get the application, then what you need to do is to do like, the backpack file to migrate to Azure SQL, and then to get everything going. And I can say, okay, I have this, or I don't have this. So that's super simple right there. And in the case of the source code that needs to be changed, for example, in this case, I'm looking at this like web config file that I wanted to actually do something about, right? Like I wanted to, generate something to mitigate it. I can also do the same thing and say, ask Copilot, help me resolve this issue. And Copilot immediately tells me, okay, this is a mandatory thing. So here's what you need to do. First of all, you wanted to, replace it with the Azure authentication. You wanted to enable, AD. You wanted to get the connection string updated. It also, populates the specific line of code for you to actually copy right there. And then finally, you wanted to test it. And then there's additional information for you to understand like why managed identities is important for this specific purposes. In the case, I have this code snippet that's already been created, even though I don't have like all of the details yet, but it helps me create like what needs to be also augmented in my code. And I can say, okay, preview. And what it does is then it takes you to your web config file, to that specific line of code, and then to say, okay, the code it generates is right here. And then you can then just say yay or nay. And then you can also ask Copilot for the specific workspace that you're having. For example, there's some like Azure credentials, or there's some like specific developer credentials you wanted to combine with, so that you can create more accurate things. Like, for example, in this case, it's like connection string, your server name, and with the contextual kind of understanding of your Azure workspace, you will be able to then get everything more aligned into that, like your server name to be changed directly to your right place. And you can say accept, then the code is right there. You can say nay, I wanted to ask more questions, or I wanted to change more, then you can change that afterwards. And you can, of course, get this as a templatized thing to start with, and then to change all of those like details, like, for example, the ID, the passwords, and all of that stuff to be in there, and then to then change all of those like specifically. So that gives you like the specific steps of like how you can change those, manage identity, and also the SQL authentication. You can also do the same to this, and it'll add to that specific line of code, and it'll add to that specific line in the areas that actually works for that specific purposes. So that's how easy it is to make all of your changes across like line by line, code by code, and also the specific stuff. I can also check on my database connection string files of this specific thing. I can ask that question, and it also tells you like what is the things that you need to do, and also what are the like other considerations that you might want to have, and also the tools that helps you really to move everything into the right place. And since this is market's potential, you don't have to do anything necessarily to actually make the change happen. That's how easy and also how fast that it actually detects and also changes your specific issues into actionable insights, and also into something that you can completely mitigate. And with that, you can also export all the reports. So if you like, you're a solution architect of your application, or you're the application manager, you can then say, okay, I want to have a report on HTML, or I want to have a JSON report, or if I wanted to have some sort of a spreadsheet to track on all of the issues. The cool thing there is that, okay, if you have already changed this, and then you can say this is resolved, and then you save the state, then when you come back to export the specific report into HTML, it'll actually carry those different states. And you can then get all of those specific application that is actually based on the state that you're having. And in this case, I will save just to wherever I want it to do. And you can then open up the specific report in the browser, and the browser will look like this, which is exactly the same thing as like, what are the kind of the mandatory changes, what are the kind of the potential things, and also the additional optional stuff. And when you click to each of the individual stuff, you can see like all of these, that's right there. And what's cool about it is with the state, if you change them in Visual Studio, you mark that as changed, this will also show as resolved in the state. So it actually carries over in your report, so that you know what else you need to plan the resources for, and also how to actually get everything going. Now, it doesn't just end right here. With everything that you have done, you have changed all of your code, you have updated all of your stuff, then you can say also, ask Copilot, can you help me some cases of this app for my migration to app service. So what's really cool is that you can then also have like GitHub Copilot chat to help you based on the context of your application to then generate some test case, so that you can see like, what are the steps that's needed. For example, what do you need to test on the database connection, right? Because you changed some of the code right there with the database connection strings. For the validation of the specific configuration and the app settings value, and also all of the different usernames and also user passwords, you can also get like the authentication and also all of the different things that it recommends right here. And then the performance testing of like how you can actually get the best performance overall for everything that you're running on Azure. And then to also get like some of the additional like recommendations. For example, you might want to do also like file storage test. You might want to also do like dependency tests of your web config files, and also some of the other codes that you wanted to like do the options to change. And then finally to do like some configuration and also some logging. So it provides you with like a very, very clear steps of like the initial steps of what we have mentioned, right? You assess your application, you've been prompted with the specific line of code and also the content that you wanted to change. Copilot generates the specific code for you, and also to sort of go in and go figure out like what is the right change, what is the right thing, and what are the templatized kind of things that you can use to change that specific line of code. And then finally, you can use this to generate your test case and also some of your like specific testing then before you actually move onto Azure. So it provides all of these useful steps for you to actually consider, and also what are the things that's right there. And also, you can also say how much for the whole migration project would typically be, and it'll just give you an estimate of like how much of those like resourcing that you might want to plan in, so that it gives you the end to end to basically look at, okay, application assessment and the whole thing that might take like 1 or 2 days of reviewing everything. Database migration takes a little bit more to check on everything. And then you might want it to do the configuration updates. You might want it to then deploy to Azure App Service. And then finally doing the run and testing and the validation. And then also post testing what's going to do. And then the total estimation is based on this. And of course, it does take some of your specific application into context, so that the contextual understanding helps you really sort of give a more accurate and also more like closer to your reality kind of a situation to really estimate. But remember, it is still an estimate. It really is still based on how much of the capabilities that your team and also your people are capable of doing, and also how much of the work that is right there. So that is pretty much everything that's right there. And there's, all these features that's already in GA that you can use it right away. And you can then change it to anything that could actually help you mitigate all of those issues. Now, let me switch back to the deck that I have to tell you a little bit more about like what's coming next, and also what are the things that's right there. So like I mentioned, the application and code assessment tools is the first step, right? Like basically for your modernization work, this is merely the first step to really look at what are the projects that you're having, what's the legacy application, what are the kind of the connection strings, what are the specific, environmental resourcing files, what are the kind of specific informational files, and even the configuration files that you need to really do something about, and then to really mitigate, to make it work on Azure, and also to make it smoothly to get started. So that's the first step. We also have like things around like enterprise app patterns, or like the specific, contextual understanding of GitHub that's already right there for you to really get everything going, so that you have all these different capabilities to really look at your source code, look at what's the dependencies, what are the kind of the things that you need to like optimize before you actually move to Azure. Then you are on Azure. You have all these different tools, right? Like you have the App Service Migration Assistant, you have all the different migration capabilities. You can also just deploy directly to Azure, where there's also an option on Visual Studio that you can just do that right away. And then you can leverage all the capabilities on Azure platform that, help you mitigate all those operational complexities, and also mitigates all of those issues afterwards, where there is the new capability that we announced back in Ignite of the code optimization that actually helps you to optimize your code, and also to look at any performance issues or any other dependencies and other difficulties that you haven't caught on. So that actually helps you a step further to basically extend, once you're running already on Azure, to capture, hey, these things might be already using too much of your GPU or too much of your CPU or too much of your memory. You might want to change them in the code so that you can run more smoothly. And once that's on Azure, that's also a AI assisted experience where you can get that code optimization directly applied to anything that's running on app service, on container apps. And we're expanding that also to cover like more services afterwards as well. Finally, when you're on Azure, you can connect that with any kind of AI capabilities like AI monitoring, security, or even the resiliency capabilities that's right there to enable your application to be ready there. So to sum up, this is just the first step that we were just talking about. And that will help you sort of dive deep into your source code, understanding what's really going well, what's not going well, and how to get everything going in there to really, mitigate those issues. We also have, the tool ready for Java, and we also have it in different flavors. The one that I just showed you is Visual Studio, but you also have the ability to use CLI to basically, look at multiple different projects at once, and then you can use the CLI commands and connect that with your scripts that you wrote to scan multiple different things as you wish. And then you also have the app service migration assistant, just like what I mentioned, aka.ms/ASMA. And of course, the tool that we've mentioned today, aka.ms/AppCAT. So that is kind of like the main thing that we definitely want you to try if you haven't. If you have, then there is actually one more thing that we wanted to introduce. So everything that we mentioned to you, right? There's still like a lot of the manual steps that's involved. There's a lot of the kind of assessment you wanted to run. There's a lot of the things that you have to do it on your own. Then you trigger the Copilot chat to then help you on the side to basically mitigate those issues, right? Like generate those codes or find what are the files that needs to be actually updated or what are the things that you need to then generate. That's not enough. We know, and we heard a lot of those customers telling us, hey, what else could you guys do? So we want to actually hear more about what we could do better to actually help you with. And there's also a sign up for the new AI assisted experience, which it's more than what we have just shown you. What we have just shown you is everything that's ready today. You can use it right away. But there's also additional cool stuff that we wanted to actually make it easy or make it simpler for you. For example, if you wanted to change some messaging queues, right? Like there's a lot of the MSMQ or a lot of the stuff that you might want to change to something else, to a Azure service specifically. How do I do that? How do I actually get started? How do I actually get everything going? Like there is a lot of those that's difficult, and also that requires a lot of the time and also a lot of the efforts. So you might want to also do something about them. So we're introducing that to you with this specific experience as the limited private preview sign up. You can also reach out to me if you like to for additional information that we're developing. And we definitely wanted to hear more about, your experience, how you were feeling about the end-to-end views of your application, and also how everything is running, and also how your experience is towards running AppCAT. So going back to AppCAT, you also have a specific way that you can also leave the feedback for us, is the leave feedback button, where you can give us the feedback of your, how everything that's right there, reporting a specific issue that is right there, or if there's anything that's running good or bad, and telling us how we're doing towards the project that we are having. And with that, that's pretty much everything that you can do with just a very simple, right click, replatform to Azure, run a report, and select a destination, and then get everything going. That's how easy it is. And you can select, anything. Okay. That concludes the session that I have today. And specifically, I'd love to get some questions from you guys, and to see if there are some, concerns or some questions from the audience, or the ones that you have tried them, or the ones that who haven't tried them before, and to really see how we can make it better, and then also bake it into this whole new experience that we're building.
So I will say for myself, I wish this tool would have been available forever ago, right? Because of
Yes.
I've done my fair share of migrating either .NET web forms applications, MVC app 4, 5, even .NET Core apps to Azure, and there are some things that you just miss.
Yeah.
Right. For configuration, there's so many different moving parts, right? Because the way you develop an application for on-prem is completely different than the way you develop it on the cloud, right? So,
Yes.
and sometimes when you lift and shift, I sometimes joke with people about it. You may get a crack in that shifting,
Yes.
and even with the lifting, and that's
Exactly.
okay because you're doing something bigger than just letting it be.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because sometimes when you're lifting and shifting, there are a lot of the things that's that's just not
Right.
captured.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
And honestly, the thing that I was taken back when you were going through the demos and everything that you
Mhm.
had, it's the first time in a long time I've seen Tomcat as part of an editor step wizard in that in a Visual Studio tool, but
Yeah.
and it makes sense because if you're targeting Azure App Service, it can
Yes.
run anything, right? It can run
Exactly.
well, not anything, but the most things, right,
Yeah.
that are
Pretty
out
much.
there. Obviously, if you want more flexibility, you can run container instances or
Yes.
AKS, but that is more of it's a container. You're not really lifting and shifting. You're now trying to take your app and put that in a container and then put the
Right.
container out in Azure, and that
Exactly.
requires a bit more finesse, at least from my
Yes.
perspective, right?
Yeah.
But it's great that you have the ability to do that, and it's cool that you get the report right out of
Yes.
that, and all these questions are sort of leading. I have some
Mhm.
from the chat here, and the one that I found the most interesting,
Mhm.
which you brought up about the new AI, your last slide,
Yes.
is that someone mentioned about the GitHub Copilot agent mode
Mhm.
that
Yeah,
VS
that's a
Code
very, very good
has.
question.
So, like,
Yes.
it was one of those like, hey, can you take the report, spit it out, and then
Mhm.
peer
Mhm.
program with the agent? Because that would be pretty
Yes.
sweet.
Yeah, totally. I don't want to leak too much, but the guess is really, really, really good. I just put it that
Maybe,
way.
wink a wink.
Yeah. So yeah, it's yeah. The guess is really, really good because we wanted to make it so simple that
Yeah,
it is not just a Copilot experience, but
right.
agent, right? Like so that it actually helps you with the actual things.
Exactly,
So
because the thing about it,
yeah.
the reason why we have these sort of in these
Mhm.
content, and you did an excellent job. It was just to teach people the next things, right?
Yeah.
And there are times where a doc is pretty straightforward. I got this
Yes.
one problem, but if you're looking at your problem, it's like, well, it's not. It's kind of like it, but it doesn't look the same.
Yeah.
You just sort of you're spitballing, right? You're trying to
Right.
figure out
Right.
if it makes sense or not.
Yeah.
And I think having the ability to volley right
Mhm.
with someone
Exactly.
else, with someone who may know a little bit more about it, like the agent, that
Yes.
might be hugely beneficial. And the one question someone had, and I'm just
Mhm.
paraphrasing some of these, everybody, it's just
Yeah.
because I figure I'm bringing them to this conversation, is that, is this only, like you showed the MVC movies app, is this
Yes.
something specific for only like .NET framework apps, or can I take a .NET like
Mhm.
6 or 8 app, and
Yes.
can I use it to deploy it?
Of course. Yes.
Oh,
So it
awesome.
actually applies to pretty much all of the different .NET variants that you can imagine.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
great.
All
Yeah.
the way from the legacy, like, some, we don't want to say web forms or some of those, but yeah,
Yeah.
those are also supported. It actually captures like some of those like issues for you so that
Yeah.
you might want to change them. And it also helps with like the .NET Core, .NET Framework, or any like legacy .NET applications that you're having.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in a situation like this weekend. Funny enough, you bring this up. Like, I'm
Mhm.
actually moving an application to Azure,
Oh, cool.
and but we're not moving it to App Service. We're
Ah,
actually moving it as a VM because
uh-huh.
there's so many different dependencies that it has
Yes.
in it, that it's easier
Yes.
to literally snapshot the server and get the server running out
Yeah,
there
yeah, yeah,
than
exactly.
trying to, again, welcome to the multiple cracks, right? If I
Yeah.
lift this thing is the sides will come up, but the bottom will stick.
Yes, exactly.
Right? Which
Yeah.
I think it's great because you're showing all these things that, hey, it is very difficult because, some of these applications haven't been touched or loved in a
Mhm.
while. And that's okay because they're providing the value that they're supposed to provide, right? That's one of the
Mhm.
things I loved about your slides. It was like, hey, focus on, your job is to focus on value, not on the
Yes,
minutia, right? But as
exactly.
technologists, we love the minutia,
Yes,
right?
exactly. Yeah, to
so
figure
it's
it
that
out, right?
so it's that fine balance between the two where you kind of figure out, hey, what is this? What is that? And
Yeah.
how can I actually get it out there, right? Now the question is, it does it is there, and feel free to say, well, I can't release or not, but can I tie this to like a CI/CD pipeline? Like we're talking about GitHub, so that I can be able to
Yes.
say, hey, you know what? I may be able to right click
Mhm.
publish from
Yep.
Visual Studio to my server, right?
Yes.
Essentially, I can do the same thing with Azure, but
Yes.
I want to be able to add that CI/CD, not
Yes.
necessarily to run a bunch of unit tests or whatever, right?
Mhm,
Because I
mhm.
may not be there, but
Yes.
just for the automation of, oh, here's the deployment. A human no longer has to do something.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you can absolutely do so. And we actually, in fact, see customers actually doing that already. So some of the
Oh,
customers
awesome.
that we have, yeah, actually uses the AppCat as kind of like the de facto starting point of everything that
Oh,
I do.
great.
Yeah, so they actually baked into like everything that I have, and also have their like customized website to just specifically track on those issues and also
Oh,
those reports,
perfect.
because you can generate those reports, right? So that
Right, exactly.
whenever, yeah, the application has been fixed or something's been done, you can then feedback into that dashboard that your leadership team is having, and then basically look at what else do I need to plan for, or what additional resources is needed, or no resources needed, everything's working perfectly fine, which is really the case in most of the migration projects.
Yeah. Now there's a very good question here, and this is, and this is somebody just asked it on YouTube, and I'll read it directly here from YouTube. It says, can we use this tool without having to migrate to Azure, but use it as a static analysis tool, or is it a required target to say, hey, I'm going to X?
You can absolutely running it without like Azure as kind of like the thing in the back end.
Right.
You can use that to run like all of the dependencies and everything. But the cool beauty of the tool is actually finding what is the dependencies for you to move to Azure, right? So you don't need Azure to run it. You can run it as a static analysis. But if you don't have that destination, then it doesn't really do that much of the like cool goodies for you. But it still detects what are the things that you might need to change, or what are the things that you might want to like update.
Yep. And then funny enough, the person who replied to that was our good friend Tim Hewer. Right afterwards in the chat. So if Tim Hewer said it, then I will believe Tim. So hey Tim, good to see you in the chat. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here. And it's funny because my experience have been, and it's my dependencies on a NuGet package. Like for example, this was also 10 years ago. So the cloud in 10 years is two different worlds, right? It's like going back to the 1600s, right? If I were to travel back in time, right?
Exactly.
And the issue that I had was when we deployed our applications, which was easy enough to just repoint our CI/CD pipelines to say you're not going to X, you're going to Y. Y being app service.
Yep.
One of the NuGet packages that we had a dependency on something that wasn't supported by app service, and it wasn't supported by app service because of security concerns, right? Because if you have a .NET Framework application, right, you're deploying to app servers, you have to run on a Windows app service host.
Yes.
Right, and that's running Windows Core, a very small, very very fast version of Windows.
Exactly.
And it doesn't have all the feature. Well, now it does, right? It
does. Now it does,
right? But back then it didn't have all the features, and this thing needed one thing that it didn't have. So does the tool allow you to get more of that information as well with NuGet packages?
Yes, the tool does also do that. That's the piece that I was not showing, but then you can actually use the specific tool to look at the binaries and then actually captures all the NuGet files, or even like if you're running like some loosely coupled, DLLs or something like that. That could also be captured and then be able to tell you, you might want to look at this file before you actually move to Azure, because there might be some dependencies on some third-party stuff or some first-party stuff that you might be creating.
Gotcha. So like you mentioned about some of your clients, like how big are their code bases? Because that, and you don't have to say like, we are working with client X and this is large, right? Just because that's some of the themes that we had yesterday. It's like, hey, it's a great that you're doing it on the MVC movie app, right?
Yes.
But I have my app is massive because of reasons, right? So how has that worked well for those?
Yeah. I'm not going to name drop the customer, but I'm going to tell you what we do with them. So in the engagement we have with one of the big, large banking customer is that they run like, I think somewhere around like 1,300 or 1,500 applications.
Oh, wow.
They run quite a lot of them through AppCAT. And then to use AppCAT to really figure it out, what are the things they need to do? And then that's the one that we also, help them like build all of the pipeline with all the different dashboards, also with all the different capabilities to reveal all the different issues. And then they kind of run the whole thing within just a week, which is kind of crazy. Like in the past, they imagined the whole like end to end would possibly take them somewhere around like 2 years or 3 years to be able to actually finish that, identifying everything manually. But now with AppCAT, it actually captures everything that they need and necessarily, needed for moving to Azure. And then also with the Copilot experience that they leverage heavily, that actually helps them actually prioritize and also mitigate some of the templates, and also creating the code samples for even their junior developers that they're able to actually just get hands-on, like within like 3-4 days of training. So it actually
that's awesome.
Shorten the whole like 3-year, 4-year life cycle all the way down to like just a month of time that they're able to plan pretty much everything out for everything that they have. So that's a significant kind of time that they're actually saving.
Oh, for sure.
Using it.
Because to me, I was making fun of Fritz yesterday because he's a good guy. We all love Jeff Fritz, right?
Yeah,
And
Jeff is
he
awesome.
earlier on he was wearing like a 10x
Yeah,
hat,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
And to me, I always view it as, as a developer,
Mhm.
I can use AI to be 10x,
Oh
right?
yeah, oh yeah,
But
absolutely.
this is also speaking from somebody, I mean, who has a lot more gray hair than other people, right? Because I've seen stuff, I
Yeah,
deployed things, I have a lot of field experience, air quotes,
yeah,
right?
exactly.
And so I know I can look at something and say, oh, this is going to work because of X. This is not going to work because of Y, right?
Hmm.
And I think, like you mentioned about having some of that for their junior developers makes so much
Hmm.
sense because of they need that experience,
Hmm.
right? To be able to know that, hey,
Yes,
it's not just because the senior developer or the architect said so. It's just more like, well, we're doing it this way because of this is the path of least resistance and its containment, right?
exactly.
So we don't introduce a bug already
Yes,
or
yes.
complexity into something that's already complex.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's the expertise of humans, right?
Right.
Like so that's the reason why Copilot is especially helpful with a experienced human because we don't want to say, AI is gonna just write everything for you because you still need human to really
Right.
validate everything.
Oh yeah.
That's so important.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I don't want AI to write anything. I mean, I want AI to suggest stuff for me and be like, "Hey, Javier, because you're
Yeah.
also old, you are not thinking this way." I'm like, "Oh
Yeah,
yeah, duh,"
exactly. Yeah.
I
Hey, I capture something for you. There might be a new game you might want it to
exactly,
update, or there might be
exactly,
some hard-coded stuff in your legacy that's not written by you, right?
right, exactly. Oh, 100%. And
Yeah.
it's funny because this is there's another question here on YouTube
Mhm.
says, "Would this tool be able to help with migrating an old .NET framework application 4.7.2 to a modern .NET Core and then transition into Blazor?" So because of the static analysis it does, right? I can
Mhm.
see not necessarily just this one tool, but
Mhm.
the output of the tool can be fed into as an
Yes.
input to another tool to another tool.
Exactly.
Have you
Exactly.
seen
And
people do something like that or experiment with that?
yeah, so like what we have heard yesterday, right? In the upgrade. So a lot
Right.
of the customers are actually wanting to upgrade from like core older version of the .NET Core to the newer version of the
Right.
.NET Core. So that's already applicable today. And then for the framework to core, I know the team is also working on that as a backlog, where
Oh,
it should
great.
be something that will come up like soon, hopefully. Um, which this could also help as kind of like the precursor for you to basically assess your application, see any
Right.
dependencies and everything, find a target on Azure first, and then basically apply all the data tools that we have mentioned, right?
Right.
Like the upgrade tools and also like the AI experience and also the new stuff that we're building. Hopefully, that will also then bring in some new cool goodies and also capabilities for you to actually
Right.
get everything going and then get all of the um, code updated and also get all of the recommendations as well
Yes.
as the documentation for you. But still, like you still need an experienced human. That's everything that we were saying. Like, right,
Exactly.
like a good
Yeah.
experienced seasoned developer will still be able to capture some weirdness that might be coming out from AI, as we all
Right.
know, because AI will still make mistakes because there are
Yeah,
still some
exactly. Yeah,
things that's
and the important thing to mention, because I know you had it on one slide, and
yeah.
this is a big thing, even yesterday was like, well, is
Mhm.
this code being shipped out? Like it's because of proprietary, it's like, no, all of this is running locally, right? And
Mhm.
it's being analyzed. So it's not like this is being submitted to a repo or something, and it's all in your machine, and the tool is giving you the feedback based on what it saw there, and it's just keeping
Mhm.
it there. Now, if you
Yeah.
choose to take the output and push it out on a gist, public, or whatever, that's on you. That's not
Yeah.
on the tool,
Exactly.
right?
Yeah, yeah. The
Awesome.
final kind of the reviewer of all things, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's great. This is really, I'm looking at the comments and people are, saying, "Oh,
Mhm.
it's pretty neat," and it's cool how it all comes together.
Yeah.
And I know I mentioned this yesterday. Uh, there's some confusion. Modernization is a slippery slope because it means different things
Mhm.
to different people, right?
Yes.
When I view migration is I'm taking it as is and I'm
Mhm.
moving
Mhm.
it here.
Yep.
Literally is a push,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Like a
Now,
direct push. Yeah.
yeah, the changes will have to be because that thing demands it,
Mhm.
right?
Mhm.
So in other words,
Exactly.
it's square peg, round hole,
Well, yeah.
right?
Exactly. Yeah.
I have to fit that shape. as compared to when people viewing it as migration. It's like, oh, I'm moving it from .NET 4.8 to .NET 9. It's like, that is a different type of
Yeah,
migration,
exactly.
because at that point is, you're taking the cloth off the table and hoping that everything remains the same. And we know that sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't.
Exactly. And in our definition, we typically say migration and modernization together. So that makes it easier, because still there are some things you have to change so that you will be able to actually be cloud ready. Just like initially when I started the whole conversation, that there are just some traditional applications that just need to be decoupled. There are some applications that need to be even rewritten. There are some it might be more expensive for you to actually move, lift and shift to a place, and eventually no one is able to maintain them, right? So that's also the strategy that the people need to think through. And that's why assessment is so important, because that gives you the idea of how much of the work or how much of the efforts we might have to put in so that it really stays alive. Or, if this is so important that we have to change it so that it doesn't break anything.
Awesome. Well, Michael, thank you. We're at time. Thank you so much. It was a really great session, really good conversation. So everybody, continue to be here with us. Appreciate it. And check out AppCAT. Again, if it works with your tools, if you mind just trying to figure out what is the impact analysis that I might have to do it, it's a great way to try it out for free. So
yeah, totally. And wait for build to come for some new stuff.
Perfect, Michael. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you. All right. I'm going to get our next presenter. This is not good. It's Maddie Montequilla.
Hi. I miss you. How are you?
Good. Well, I said not good because Fritz and I, we're gonna give you a hard time. So
good. I'm in a very chatty mood today. I just had an amazing meeting with some customer who told me some very cool stuff, and now I'm like,
very awesome. Hey, you know what? Without further ado, because we already are a minute into here, let's learn about how do we do cloud development pain-free, okay, right? Without pain, right? So I'm paraphrasing the title of your thing with .NET Aspire.
That's a good question. How do we? What a good question. Hi, everybody. I'm Maddie. I am on the .NET team. I'm the product lead for .NET Aspire. I'm also better known as David Fowler's babysitter. PM. Many of you know me from Maui Land, my first baby, which I still love, of course. And I recognize a bunch of you in the chat. So hi, everybody. Thank you for the birthday wishes. Yes, my birthday was yesterday. I do share a birthday with the Earth Day, which is really difficult for me, but it's okay. But it was fun. We went out, got some food, went to a concert, the usual birthday things, right? So that last question that Michael and Javier were just talking about actually leads very well into kind of the first thing I wanted to pose today. Because modernizing, we have a definition that we use, modernization versus migration and blah, 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 moving from on-prem to cloud or VM to containers, if you're already on the cloud, upgrading things from framework to core or Xamarin to Maui, microservicing things, moving from built-in custom telemetry things to OTel, right? These are all ways that people talk about modernization. And so the first thing I want to do is pose this question. And if you want to put in the chat, which of these resonate with you in terms of modernization, or when you came to a focus on modernization Conf, which of these was the one that was primarily on your mind? I know I will do I'll do the usual Aspire intro stuff because I know there's a bunch of you here who might not have seen it before. But I do want to also try and tailor it for those of you who have seen me talk about Aspire, so that you can have something new and exciting and yapping. And I've got both of the chats open on YouTube and Twitch, and Jeff is going to actually, gather and do proper Q&A, but I'll pick out easy ones as we go too. So feel free to chat along. Oh yeah, making things easier to maintain is a good one. Update, upgrade, scale. OIDC, yeah. Modernization means moving to cloud. Yeah, that's probably, we say migration is moving to cloud. That's like our definition of it, right? But modernization is part of it too. It all kind of is. So keep them rolling as we go. Did you ask a leading question? Yes, absolutely, Javier, you did. So y'all know what .NET is. I'm not going to do this. It's exciting. You also all know that moving to the cloud and modernizing apps and using things today is complicated because the internet got very fast and very good at what it set out to do, which is let us go to web pages and buy things online. And when that happened, things started to scale and crash. And I have spent the last year working on Aspire, diving into various people's stacks and CI/CD systems and all of these things. And it is a miracle that like anytime you click anything works. And it's not a dig at any of you, because I too don't know how any of my code works, because it feels like there are so many things that could go wrong all the time. With what we call a modern app, and modern just means like it's on the cloud, it's probably somewhat microservice-y, it's scalable, and it's resilient to kind of the traditional today's online attacks and use cases, right? It's something you can see what's going on with. And we show this slide all the time because .NET does actually set you up pretty well in terms of giving you a bunch of things that you can work on and work with to modernize your app. And so one of the big reasons we see people move from framework to core is just because they get better observability things built in. Open telemetry support, logging, blah, blah, blah. And containers, obviously, being able to run it on Linux is kind of cool, I would say. But that's been one of the main drivers. And yeah, we give you a lot of things. However, we do not turn them on. And as the world has gotten more complicated and powerful, and as we keep building more cool things on this planet, we keep adding complexity to our stacks. Do you remember the last time you cloned a repo and you hit F5 and it ran? Because, I mean, I do, because I built Aspire, and I'm going to show you how that actually it does work again. But without Aspire, no. I remember trying to build a customer's code base to help them debug something with Maui a couple years ago. And it was literally like 2 scripts, Docker, various emulators, not just like for the mobile stuff. I was using Visual Studio, but I was also using Visual Studio Code because there was some like JavaScript in there. And it was a mess. Like there's a whole wiki for running a repo when you want to start it the first time. And there are also a lot of things that we keep putting in things. And for me, I always talk about these as just like the words dragonfly, I don't know, volcano, fluid. These are just words, and they all are actually things, tools, services, resources that people use to do cloud development. They're API gateways, they're service meshes, they're compliance and registries and key rotating. This one's like spiffy, blah, blah, blah. How am I supposed to know which of these I'm supposed to use? How am I supposed to know how to set any of these things up? When I Google fluid, what comes up? Probably water. When I Google Thanos for monitoring, what comes up? Probably Thanos from Marvel. And then I do like Thanos monitoring. Great. And then I go through the walkthrough. But there's about 800 other things in that box. So how do I know which one to pick? And then how do I know what the best way to turn all these things on are? If you don't have someone who does it on your team and has done the trials and tribulations, then you have to just guess, and it sucks. And that's really where Aspire came in, kind of a combo of that time to F5, if you will, and also just the sheer overwhelmingness of trying to learn the landscape. Yeah, Sean in the Twitch just put landscape.cncf.io, which is where that slide originally came from. And there's more. That's like a year-old screenshot now, so don't worry. It just keeps going. And so what Aspire actually is, if you want to use the words that mean a thing, it's tools, templates, and packages for building observable, production-ready apps. We like to say for building modern apps, but modern obviously means different things to different people. So we split it out into observable, production-ready. That sounds modern. But yeah, Aspire is really just tools, templates, and packages. And those give you the streamlined inner loop with Aspire, You can extend and adapt and make it very modular and composable via integrations, which are just NuGet packages, and we'll talk all about those. You can see everything running locally and actually see all of your data streaming through because we use open telemetry as the standard. And then we have built a dashboard that runs in localhost that shows all that open telemetry. And then you can deploy it. And so if you're like me and you do not have a DevOps team and you build dinky little apps and you hate deployment because it causes you a lot of stress, Aspire deployment was originally really built for you, right? Or for setting up staging environments, or for learning what container apps are like. What we'll talk about towards the end of this today is the latest developments and deployments, our deployment aspirations, if you will. Yes, you can totally use this on other cloud providers. So there's a lot of work we're doing here. A lot of it's preview, so we'll get there. Let's just start with the basics. What on earth is this thing? And the best way to demo what Aspire is to do the stupidest thing you can ever do in a live demo, which is clone a repo and hit F5 and see if it works. And I believe there was a commit last night, and I have not actually tried it since. So we're in this together. Worst case, we roll back a version, or I use the version that I know works. So this is Eshop. This has been the canonical sample app we've been showing at .NET Conf for the past couple of years since we launched Aspire. Because it is the canonical obnoxious architecture of a modern app. It's got these, let me zoom in a little bit. Oh, the picture doesn't zoom in. My goodness. It's got different APIs. They connect to different databases. There's an OpenAI in there because everything's AI now. We have the event bus. We have webhooks. We have a Maui app. We have a Blazor app that runs in the browser. We have APIs specifically for the mobile app. Anyways, it's a bunch of stuff. If you have ever tried to clone and run a sample app before, you probably know it is generally more than one step. What I'm going to do is go into my Visual Studio, clone it, repos Eshop, clone. We're going to let it work for a second. So lately we've been telling everyone internally, our leadership has been asking us to use light mode for things, which is somehow the most like upfront painful thing that's ever happened to me. So I use pink. It's light, but at least it's pink. It's not just like blinding bright. So sorry. Okay, I'm going to open the solution that only has the web stuff because I don't want to deal with Maui right now. We do have Maui support coming to Aspire. It's a combo of things being shipped in Aspire and in .NET 10, which is why I'm not going to bother demoing it. But there's a whole bunch of stuff happening. Okay, so this is Eshop. Bunch of things here. And basically, the only way to know that this is an Aspire-ified app, looking at the solution, is that it has this app host project with the little triangle, the little Aspire triangle. Yeah, John, pink theme all the way. It is the best. And what I'm going to do is set that app host as my startup project. And I am going to run or hit F5 or control F5 or whatever gesture you use to run an app. And it's all going to pop up on my other monitor because that's how the world works. And then I'm going to drag it onto this monitor and it's going to be really cool. So this is the first thing that pops up. It's this little terminal window. And it's telling me that Aspire 9.2 is starting in app host. It's running. Is Docker on? We'll find out. It's doing a bunch of build things. It's spinning up the debugger, and there we go. So what just happened was Aspire started every single project here, all the .NET ones under the debugger, which is amazing. If you did control F5, it would start without the debugger, so it would be a little faster. It also went into my Docker runtime or Podman, if you're a Podman person. I don't choose favorites. I just like Docker because it's a little whale and it's cute. If I could find my mouse, I would show you. Oh. Yeah, the dashboard's already pretty purple, Jeff. There's a chat on Twitch going on about colors, which is the most important part of everything I do. The dashboard is pretty purple, so I'm okay with it. I would like a pink theme. What Aspire did upon F5 there, not only is debug all of those projects, but spin up a bunch of Postgres or a bunch of Docker containers for me that I need to run and emulate or virtualize or containerize or whatever my entire stack locally. And so if I go back into that dashboard, this one, Eshop resources, I can actually see all of these things running, connected, etc. Things that have URLs are now given URLs. So I'll go to the web app, which is the front end, and this is the whole thing running, right? I'm going to click around. I'm going to go do the login flow, and then it like breaks, and then I get to show a little error in the dashboard, and it's all awesome. Oh, that button's broken. Cool. Okay. Oh my gosh, I'm debugging. I hit an exception. How cool. No way. Continue. All right. No Bitwarden. Please do not remember the fake password for that. Bitwarden, dotnet shop, by the way. I got to meet the Bitwarden, one of the Bitwarden engineers at MVP Summit, and I was very excited. Okay. Yeah. So F5, everything spins up. I can click around now and try all these things. If these are APIs with Swagger enabled or Scalar, you can go and just do that. You know, it's running under the debugger. Whole bunch of stuff. I can see details of all of these things. So I can click into, you know, the web app and see what it actually is referencing. It's referencing the basket API, the ordering API. I'm defining relationships here, right? And so then I can see, oh, there's connection strings for the event bus. That just gets flowed as environment. That is services and the API actual like values for the URLs. Okay, so cool. That's where that's hosted. That's where Aspire spun that up. Similarly, for the containers, I can see, you know, what image it's built from, the arguments that are going into it, if any, volumes that are running on it, health checks, which we'll talk about how that gets lit up, but super powerful data. I also get logs and traces. So you saw me just go and try to hit the identity endpoint, and it did a little error and whatever, and so that's fun. Let's see if that's in the traces somewhere. Did I already override it? Oh, yeah, right here. What we give you in Aspire is an OTel viewer. So a local OpenTelemetry viewer. So it's running on localhost. It's using data being generated by my app as I'm running it locally. But it shows you things in a structured manner, which is very, very nice. And what that means is I can actually see all the different parts of my app interacting with each other instead of just shooting something out to an endpoint and testing it that way and hoping what the response is. So I can click into these things and see the structured trace for this call here. That was me clicking on something in the catalog and then getting that specific catalog item from the database via my API. I can see how long it took and, you know, where the time was spent. Very good for that kind of debugging. I can also go and look at, where was the identity API? Yeah. So I can look at this one where I hit that error and see that, oh yeah, there was a get here. Oh, it must have done a retry. Okay, that's probably around where it crashed, right? I can go and view the details of it, see exactly what was happening, the URL path it hit, that it was OpenID, OpenTelemetry obviously is what's driving it. And then even further, I can go into here. Oh, my errors are gone. That's nice. And I can go into the logs for it. So instead of having to find the console window in Visual Studio and running like 6 things at the same time, it's just all in the dashboard here. So I can go and see what was being sent to Identity Server and where the issue was. Although it seems actually like, I don't even know where the error is in here. Okay, cool. Well, I hit a breakpoint, so that's fun. There's also this new in Aspire 9.2 graph view. I just saw this comment in the chat. It does not currently show traffic pulsing between the nodes. We have talked about it. That would be awesome. That would be so cool. But what it does show you is the actual relationships of everything in your app. So like this little spider chart type thing. It's almost like a, I don't know, interactive, not legit mermaid graph, but it's cool because it works really well. And so I can actually click on these things too and see Oh, hi, Gerald. Oh my gosh. What do you hear about? What do you want to modernize? Go back to Maui Land. Finish this fire support. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I can click on all these things and see actually how it's related to things. So, like webhooks has both a reference and a back reference to my identity API, and all the other APIs talk to it. I can see the endpoints that this thing is hosted on. It's super nifty. So that was clone and F5, right? Let's look at how that actually works, because it seems like magic and it's really not, believe it or not. So I mentioned before I hit F5, app host is the quote quote Aspire project. We have another one called service defaults. We'll talk about what that does in a second, but I'm going to start with app host and go to program. And this is chunky, right? This is Eshop. This is a larger sample app. The vanilla Aspire starter app we can pull up. It's just like var API and var front end. But what we're doing here is declaratively in code. This is good old C#, not YAML, notably, adding resources. We call them resources in Aspire for all of the different components of my app. And this becomes a fancy orchestrator. It's like a very fancy Docker Compose, but it's like type enforced. It's got, look at this, ready? IntelliSense. Whoa. And this is also where I'm defining the relationships between all the different parts of my apps. So I'm saying that my basket API references the Redis cache. It also references my RabbitMQ event bus, and I need to wait for that to start up when I'm debugging before I start trying to hammer it with my API. Otherwise, it's going to error. The original Eshop demo actually was all errors the second you ran it, because we didn't have wait for yet. That wasn't something we had built. And so now there's way less errors because we actually wait until things turn on to start them. We also pass just a generic environment variable. So identity URL, which is the identity endpoint, which is got from the identity API, which has an endpoint for the specific launch profile I'm running under. So in this case, it's saying I'm running my launch profile under HTTPS, right? So my launch profile name is going to be HTTPS. And in here, I want to get the HTTPS endpoint for the identity API, pass that as an environment variable to the basket API. You could do this as a reference too, but this is how we're enforcing specific HTTPS things. There's a lot of things we're doing, whatever. Okay. One thing we added in 9.2 also is this concept of a parent relationship. So you saw in the dashboard, and now that this isn't running, you're not going to see it anymore. So let me actually control F5 this so I can have it in the background and it doesn't screw up my whole workspace. Things are nested under each other. So you can say, hey, this Redis cache belongs to this basket API. Meaning if I have, multiple Redis caches running, I can see which one it's related to. So you can define these parent relationships now in code, just in the app host project in the C# file. There's also, because this is code, believe it or not, you can use this thing called an if statement. Yeah, new as in V2. So the parent relationship came out just recently. So it happened automatically. The parent relationship was happening automatically, I think, in 9.1, but we gave you the explicit control over it in 9.2. Okay, so this is code, which means I can do if statements and set variables that tell me what to do when I run the app. And so in this case, we're just hard coding true or false for OpenAI or OLLAMA. So, that you would change in the app host file while you were running it. What you could also do is use environment variables, put it in your app settings, or your launch settings. You could put it in, I don't know, some text file. I don't care. Do whatever you want. But because it's code, you just do if. If this thing is on, run it this way. If this thing is not on, run it this way. Cool. The way that we're pulling in these two things is also pretty interesting. So add OLLAMA is actually an integration. That is a NuGet package you pull in explicitly for orchestrating Aspire resources via the app host. And the way to check out integrations is to right click on your app host project and go to add Aspire package. This also is gonna, if you're in VS Code, I'm not showing VS Code for this demo. I can show VS Code in a bit. I probably will for the publisher stuff. It's the same thing. Just use Aspire to search in the NuGet thing. Just do aspire.hosting. And they'll all pop up. But I can see all of the things that Aspire has support for as hosting packages. We'll talk about the other ones later. We also have the community toolkit. Thank you, Gerald. I know you're here. So the community toolkit is the .NET Foundation, concept org that does community maintained, but like somewhat blessed integrations and components and extensions and whatever. So there's a community toolkit for Maui. There's a community toolkit for MVVM. We have an Aspire community toolkit where people build integrations for whatever you want to spin up. And so we have a whole bunch in the box, but that doesn't mean we can do them all. One of the ones that we see a lot is ngrok in the community toolkit. Ollama is also a community toolkit integration. And so it's probably not going to show up here because it's actually already in my project, which makes sense. But I just pull in that package and now I get this kind of opinionated way to run a local AI model via Ollama. Ollama. Oh my God. So that also means it turns on things like telemetry and health checks and retries because it's opinionated. And all opinionated is that we turn on what we think you should turn on, and then you turn it off if you don't like it. So same thing with something like add Redis or add Postgres. You could see the calls happening and the responses to and from my databases because of this add Postgres, the Aspire hosting Postgres package. We turn these things on. We let you pick the image you're running. We let you do something like add PG admin so you could run it and see the actual administrator portal in your browser with you. All the normal things you do with Postgres. But we opinion it to turn on open telemetry and health checks. You can always turn them off, right? You can just build a generic container. We have this thing called literally builder.add container. Nope. Container. And you can do the exact same thing. You can just grab this image. You can grab the tag. You can do all the same relationships, just without our opinions in them. Okay? Super genericized. All right. Before I keep rambling about the app host, let's talk about the other opinions we have in Aspire, which are what we call the service defaults. So when you right-click Add Aspire in VS, or you do in the command palette Add Aspire orchestration in VS Code, we also add a project called Service Defaults. And it usually only comes with this one file, extensions, right? The template only has this extensions file. Everything else here is actually custom stuff we built for Eshop, specifically for authentication and configuration. But this is a .NET project that is shared. It is a library shared now between all of my .NET APIs that turns things on. That's really all it does. If you don't want it to be a project, package it up as a NuGet and add it that way. And it is really just one method that I call for my APIs, add service defaults. And it does a ton of stuff. It turns on service discovery. It turns on my health checks, open telemetry, both metrics and tracing. It does some log setup. It sets up the exporter, just boilerplate code that you would have to do for every single one of your endpoints, right? And now you don't have to. It's just a project. You can reference it. It's very nice. And then in my API, so let's start with the ordering API here. It's probably a good one. I can look. And it just says builder.add service defaults, right? That's it. That's it. I can also go into something like my catalog API here. And I'm adding the service defaults. I'm also hitting, as we know, a database in my catalog. We're connecting to this catalog database somehow. And to do that, I am using what's called, how do I want to show this? A client integration. And so there's this integration now in my, what is the word? Catalog database, aspire.npg Entity Framework Core PostgreSQL. I also have OpenAI, Olama Sharp. You will notice these do not say hosting in them. And that's because they don't belong to the app host. They are client integrations. They belong in your client code. And they bring that opinionated thing, same as what the service defaults project is doing, or the way that we spin things up for you in the app host. We're bringing those opinions now to your client code if you want them. And that means you can very quickly bootstrap some of these things that maybe you aren't super familiar with at the time. And they all reference the actual thing under them. So they're not wrappers. They're not like projections or anything. It's just a handful of extension methods on top of it that turn things on. That's all it is, which means you can turn them off or overwrite them or just do what you were doing before. Very, very, very flexible. So there's a good question in the chat, and Jeff is pinging me too because it is a good question. It would have been great. Thank you, Reverence. It would have been great to demo the problems I was having and then show how Aspire solved them. Yeah, the problem with that, I mean, I agree. We used to actually show Aspire that way. We would do the thing where you click on this and then you do configuration manager and you do where's multiple startup projects? I can't even remember. Hold on. That's not even it. Right click. Multiple startup projects. Where are you? Configure startup projects, multiple startup projects. And then you define all the different launch profiles and all of this thing. And then you do it. That's like the easy way to show how you used to do this. And even that is kind of like 5 minutes of a demo that you don't get back. In a real app, as you probably know, there is trial and error into getting anything running. For example, like I've worked and contributed code to the Maui extension for VS Code before. The amount of build steps it takes to get it running is a nightmare. The .NET website, which I love, by the way, it's super not complicated architecture, but I've gone to contribute to it, and there are like multiple different files you edit to get it running. So I've actually on the side been Aspirifying it, which I literally just added Aspire, and then Aspire runs the already configured API now, or .NET project. So it's really not that fancy, but it involves clicking and reading and a lot of steps that are not really fun to watch someone do. If from the modernization perspective, right, if you're on 4.8 or you are on a very monolithic traditional kind of architecture, which is fine, right? You probably can clone it and hit F5. What you can't do is scale and deploy and manage all of your APIs separately. So we are bringing the productivity of like a traditional framework, monolithic, non-cloud, one big project app development. We're bringing that productivity into this new like cloudy microservice-y world because it sucks over here. It sucks. Okay. All of you who are still on 4.8, besides the fact that you should really be on core because it's cool and does a lot of stuff. Cloning and hitting F5 is a magic I did not think I would miss. So one day, now that I spent probably as long as it would have taken to demo me like getting a repo started, rambling about it, that's probably, I could have shown it, but I didn't. So it's fine. But yeah, trust me, it's not exciting to watch. We've tried. And it sucks. So, okay. What did I just do? So I did app host, I did service defaults, I did client integrations and hosting integrations. Testing wise, there are tests in this project, which is pretty cool. These are actual app host projects. The functional test projects are app hosts for both the ordering and function and catalogs, which is really cool. So you can do like this, right? Where is the thing I want? Yeah. So I'm creating Postgres resources. I'm creating this fixture by which to test. I'm actually writing the tests here. Here are the unit tests I'm writing for it. Here are the builders for it. So I can, sorry, I just put a handful of peanuts in my mouth. It was terrible timing. And so it's lunchtime in Boston. It's not my fault. You can use this Aspire to orchestrate your entire repo, everything from F5 to local observability to, actually running tests locally. A lot of the test stuff is new between 9.1 and 9.2 as well. So if you were struggling with tests before, this is a great time to revisit it. We just recently had a blog post go up on the Microsoft for Developers blog. So not the .NET blog, the Microsoft for Developers blog, about the Copilot team. John, who's been vibing in the chat, hi John, worked on it with Katie also. And they asked us for more test functionality. So we prioritized it because they had used Aspire for the entire consumer Copilot stack internally. Like what people build their Copilots on internally, they aspired it from the start because they were doing a huge modernization effort. They basically threw everything out and started over. And so they got to a point where it was mature enough, they needed to start testing it. And they were like, hey, we want Aspire to do this for us, build it. And we said, okay, cool. Sounds great. Another modernization story that I would go read now that I'm on this tangent here. I told you this was going to be like Yap City. So Xbox had a crazy framework to core, monolith to microservice, just a whole bunch of modernization. There's a blog on that on the .NET blog that I think John also helped with. Katie definitely helped with it too. And they started using Aspire in the middle of this modernization migration process because they kept messing up their telemetry. And they would go deploy it, realize their data wasn't populating in the database correctly, and it's because they spelled something wrong or they used the wrong name and you can't test it locally. And then they'd have to spin up a whole new deployment. And in an enterprise, which I'm sure many of you are, deployments are not right-click publish. They take a couple hours, a couple days, especially if you're going to prod. There's probably some amount of validation that has to happen. And so deployment is not quick. It's not a quick inner loop, okay? Not a good way to validate that your data is working, especially if you're shipping something new that you want to make sure is working, right? So what Aspire did was bring all of that. We shifted it left. I'm sorry. I know that's a buzzword. We shifted left the observability for Xbox. And they could actually fix things before they spun up a deployment, which also costs money, by the way. We all know that. Okay, I'm going to go back to my slides for a minute, get myself off the rambling, and then we're going to talk about deployment because I know that's exciting. So what is an Aspire-ified? It is the verb. I know Jeff is very excited every time I say this, as if it's a surprise. Aspire-ified is the verb. That's it. You have an app, it's Aspire-ified. We use it. Aspirify.net, by the way. Jeff, if you want to put the link in, feel free. Is Jeff's website. That's an aggregator for like new videos and articles about Aspire. Great place to keep up with things. Anyways, Aspire not only gives you this, time to F5 thing and these useful opinions and this local telemetry evaluation, it also gives you the ability to package your own stuff and ship it out. Which means if you, like we did in Eshop, extend the service defaults project to do things for authentication and your claims principles. And maybe you don't want to use vanilla open telemetry. Maybe you have an internal metrics thing, or you want to use something specific from one of the Azure packages, right? You can also package those up either in the service defaults project as code or on NuGet as integrations and ship those in your internal NuGet feed or in the community toolkit if it's something that's public, right? And then you can enforce these things throughout your organization, which is very nice. Because if there's one thing that I know, especially going from when, Xamarin started to combine with Maui in the history lesson, there is a lot of shared logic. There's a lot of logic repeated that should just be shared, especially when it comes to bootstrapping and wiring things up. And just being able to pull a NuGet package would have made my life a lot easier. So anyways, what we saw just there was the dev machine Aspire flow. So that's the inner loop, which is this app host in C#. It's the developer dashboard locally. And it's those pre-configured NuGets, the integrations, hosting and client. What you can do with Aspire is optionally generate a JSON manifest if you want, and just hand that to your DevOps people. Feel free. But we also have a deployment story. Right now, the deployment story, the stable deployment story, is primarily centered around Azure Container Apps. And so I'm going to skip a bunch of slides here. We'll come back to some of these exciting things. Let me actually do it this way. I'm going to skip a bunch of these. We'll come back. Yeah. Okay. Right now, we prioritize Azure Container Apps. That is kind of the first party blessed scenario. And so what a container app is basically Aspire for cloud services. It's just a slightly more opinionated, scalable container app environment. So instead of managing your own crazy custom Kubernetes service, you can just, put it up in Container Apps. Container Apps does a VNet, a virtual network. Everything is protected. It means that until you explicitly expose an endpoint, nothing outside can hit it. It also hosts the dashboard. So they have their own container image of the dashboard you can deploy within your VNet behind the Azure auth, and see kind of what's going on. The dashboard doesn't have memory. It runs out of space, and then it's a rolling buffer. So you still have to use a proper data egress, right? You still have to use a dashboard that's meant for that. But if you just want to see what's going on, take a look at things, investigate something that you think is weird in staging, especially, it deploys it in Container Apps for you. Now, Container Apps is great. It is obviously Azure. Folks, many of you are either on Azure or on-prem or on AWS. But you still might not be using Container Apps, which we love. That being said, we are fixing it. Let me click through this too. We have just shipped something in 9.2 called Publishers. They are a new model. We're thinking of them as a new type of hosting integration. So it's something you add to the app host project. It's something you add to the Aspire orchestration, the C# file, that lets you define more explicitly how to deploy things or what happens at publish time. So we have this concept of run and publish, run as, publish as. You've probably already seen in sample code, we have publish as Docker file. So what that means is when I go to do an ACA publish to Container Apps, my Node app, for example, gets published as just a Docker file that then gets deployed to Container Apps vanilla. We don't do anything like fancy Node specific. .NET has a lot of really built-in stuff to make the ACA deployment smooth. But we're extending this publish as concept to whatever you want. Whatever you want. So we have this generic JSON manifest. We also have, now we have Docker Compose and Kubernetes in preview. We also have the Azure generic in preview. It works slightly different than AZD. So if you are using the AZD init AZD up existing Azure Container Apps deployment today, the publisher conflicts with it a little bit. You can still use AZD. We will fix it. We're building stuff. Okay. We're building it. We're moving a little fast here. But Docker Compose and Kubernetes are in preview. And what we do is we just create the artifacts that tool needs based on either the generic JSON that the app host has or whatever other logic you want. It's a fancy translation, but we've also extended the app host so that you can customize those things in the C#, meaning that you don't have to create the Docker Compose YAML. And I'm loud in the chat, John. AZD. I don't know if he ever says it. I think he actually says the Azure Developer CLI, probably so that we don't make fun of him for that. AZD. Yeah. So you can go into the C# and extend or whatever. This was the slide before what we did with AZD, ACA, Azure Container Apps. You can extend their actual output in the C#, meaning you do not have to take the Docker Compose YAML and edit or use some PowerShell script to like magically find and replace things after. And then what you have is you have this deployment artifact that whatever tool you use to deploy, whether that is Docker up or whatever Q control, something really custom in your CI/CD, wherever it is, right? All of these things now are artifacts that are deployable straight to the cloud in the flexible way that we've created it. And so what this actually looks like, and Janiscu, you're getting excited. I don't blame you. You're getting excited in the chat about something called the Aspire CLI. Ooh. The way that this works is this the app host project? Yeah, so let's do open an integrated terminal here. No, I don't want to install the dev containers extension. Leave me alone. So I'm in VS Code. I am in the Aspire samples repo. In this particular instance, I am in the Aspire with JavaScript sample app, which is a whole party in here. We basically have like 5 of the exact same JavaScript front ends that hit a .NET minimal API that makes up weather, right? But it's a really good way, especially for those of you who have JavaScript front end, .NET backends. Very, very easy to extend, to add JavaScript, Python, etc. into Aspire. What we're working on is making Aspire more friendly to the non-.NETers, so that if you have a JavaScript team and you really want them to use Aspire because it makes everyone's lives easier, and they refuse, thank you so much, Jeff, for the font size reminder. That is so embarrassing. I am usually so good at that. My bad. And so, yeah, we're trying to make it so that getting started with Aspire and using Aspire doesn't feel so much like you have to be a .NET expert. It just feels like a developer tool. And the way we're doing that is with what we are very excited to show, the Aspire CLI. Where did my terminal go? I zoomed and my terminal's gone. Why? Please. The font's all screwed up. Reload. That's what I get for trying to be inclusive. My terminal dies. Oh, that's actually nice, because apparently whatever I did was wrong. Stop asking me. So this is super preview. This is all in the repo. It's public. Feel free to go click around, contribute file bugs. Mitch is in Australia. He works on it. So like when I wake up, there's always new stuff. And then when he goes to bed, it's always me being like, hey, why don't we do it? He's like, oh my God, she's asking me to do things again. Anyways, what we have right now is run, add, and publish. And so publish is the way that you invoke this publisher. What I would do here, I could run this and just show you the app. I'm not going to, because that involves starting and stopping it. I'm going to do Aspire add. I'm going to do pre-release because it's a preview package too. What this will do is show me a curated subset of NuGets that have Aspire or for Aspire. We're actually doing it, I think, based on owner in this case. We have not quite figured out the best way to do ones that are not Aspire-ified, like a first-party Aspire, but the community toolkit ones are in here. They're way down here. Yeah. And because this is just a wrapper around NuGet that makes NuGet less scary for non.NET people, right? If you have a NuGet config and you have custom feeds in here, those things show up too. So very nice. And in here, I have these new publishers. So I have this Docker package and I have this Kubernetes package. I already added Docker to this, but you know, add the version of it, add the integration. And then what I can do in my app host, I'm going to shrink this, is add Docker Compose Publisher. And this is now what comes in through that publishing integration. So, oh my gosh, DevKit, are you on? Oh, hold on. If your DevKit IntelliSense isn't resolving, usually that means it didn't pick a solution to open. And so what you can do is force it to pick a solution. Sometimes, oh, it's still loading. You can tell because there's projects down here. And if this is spinning, that means it's still trying to think of what's going on. You can actually use it without solutions now. So if you don't have a solution at all, which I started doing, you can, in DevKit, do no solution mode. It's in the settings. But This is the samples repo. So we have solutions all over the place. You just have to pick one so it knows what context the IntelliSense is in. Anyways, this is coming in from Aspire hosting Docker, Docker Compose, and there's overloads to it. And I can use this flexibly to publish Docker Compose artifacts from my app, which means if I do Aspire publish -- publisher Docker Compose. Oh my goodness. There we go. Why does that keep happening? That's like the second time I've seen that this week, and I don't know what it's doing. So I need to figure that out. It's going to look and see the publishers that I have in my app host. In this case, I specified Docker Compose, so it actually is just going to go pull the Docker Compose publisher. But it is going to go and build everything the way that I've told it to build it. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Jeff. Cool CLI animations and emotes. We are using Spectre Console, which is a .NET terminal thing. We're also using system command line to do the actual input output because we want this to be AOT-able, and Spectre Console's command line input output thing is not AOT-able at this time. But all of the design, the surface, the markdown, whatever, that makes the terminal actually look good, that's all in there. And I got to pick colors. And so everything's purple in there. Everything is purple. Yeah, so this is going to go through and build all of these things. I've explicitly said, publish this Docker file on the NPM apps, yada, yada. Great. So it knows what to do. And then, oh, sweet. That finished really fast today. It gives me a Docker Compose file now that has the APIs, the node env, whatever I want to run these things. And then I could Docker up or Docker run or whatever the name is that you want to use to run your thing. And Aspire's published this for you with this Aspire publisher. So very fancy. Fuel Snable, what's up? I haven't seen you in the chat yet. Oh my goodness. Speaking of system command line, when will there be a non-preview version of that lib? We told them we will not ship it until the command line until it's stable, and we're going to ship the command line as soon as possible. So trust me, system command line is coming. It's coming. It's coming soon. I don't know when. Ask Chet, but he knows. He's the best. So, okay. I'm about to wrap up. So start thinking of your questions and popping them in the chat so that Jeff can ask them to me. I'll just do my little links ramble before I do that. Get.NET. Aspire works with .NET 8 and .NET 9. Aspire itself is TIP latest support, which means you have to be on the latest Aspire. If you have a bug in Aspire 9.1, we're not going to fix it. We're going to say upgrade to 9.2, and then we'll fix it in 9.2 or 9.3. We do support any in support version of the .NET SDK, though, which means 8 and 9 are in support right now. So use 8 or 9 with Aspire. When 10 comes out in the fall, 8, 9, and 10 will be in support for a period of time because 8's an LTS. So we will support 8, 9, and 10. When 8 and 9 drop out of support, it will be 10 and 11 and whatever else, right? So modernization-wise, you can, not panic about having to stay on the latest .NET SDK. If you want to stick to LTS, that's great. Go right ahead. But Aspire, you're going to want to keep up to date. Obviously, we keep building cool stuff, so you have to stay up to date, or you're not going to get the cool stuff. And then this is a screenshot of an old slide, which sucks because someone put a comma here, and I've never been able to change it because it's a screenshot. So do not try to copy paste this. Aspire samples, that's where that JavaScript app is. That's also, there's a client app version, so it's like a .NET Core, I think WinForms or WPF Damien made run. Gerald, if you want to pop the link in YouTube for the Maui video you did for Maui and Aspire, and then I'll have Jeff or me share it over on Twitch too. There's also samples now for how you can integrate Maui with Aspire and have Aspire orchestrate the OTel and the magic. Yeah, and it's open source. So I did see this in the chat, and I always forget to answer this question now because it's implicit to me. But Aspire is fully open source. It's just C#. It's MIT license, right? The dashboard image you can grab from the repo and build it yourself. There's a lot of stuff that goes on there. The CLI we've been building fully out in the open. Generally, we have not put anything closed source. So feel free to contribute. That is the best place to file bugs. That is the best place to ask questions. We have a Discord. We're in the .NET Discord. So go ask questions there. It's awesome, right? Yeah. Aspire. Go nuts. Have fun. Try it out. Let me know how it goes. Questions, comments, concerns, feelings?
So many questions, so many concerns. Let me tell you, I am a 10x developer because I use .NET Aspire. Let me tell you.
Where did you get that hat?
It was sent to me by one of our friends in chat. I don't know if it's a good thing or it's a bad thing, but I have a post office box that folks send me stuff at, and so far it's all been a-okay. So, yep, Surly Dev. So,
I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing that Surly Dev called you a 10x dev. Like, that's almost an insult.
So let's talk a little bit more about .NET Aspire. A question that came up, and really what kind of drove why we wanted to bring .NET Aspire into this event, is that it's a great opportunity as you're modernizing your application, bringing it forward to make it easier to do, like you were showing, all those things that are just a pain in the neck for us to manage. All the connection strings between services, the tracing, logging, getting open telemetry running is just completely, what's the word I'm looking for? It's like an arcane art, but it's all in there and easy to do.
Yeah.
Like, the first time that you use Logger inside of your application and it shows up in open telemetry is just amazing.
It's magical. It's magical. We had this one customer we talked to. We did a modernization event in the London Microsoft office in January, right before NDC.
Okay.
And we have a customer over there. I don't think I can share who, but they're a large international company based in the UK. And they have a bunch of stuff in .NET in their stack. And one of their specific subsets, they have a team that decided to start using Aspire.
Okay.
And the engineer, one of the engineers on the team, said in this meeting with us, he was like, it lets developers just be developers again. And I was like, I'm going to get that tattooed on my forehead. Like, that is the best quote about Aspire I have ever heard in my entire life. It's just, it lets you be a developer again. You don't have to figure out how logging works. You just got to architect your code and make it good and make it run and make it fast and make it look good and click.
Yes. Right? Then, because you're focused on just the developer things, all those other concerns just kind of fade away, and we let the ops folks take care of that. Let database folks take care of the database stuff. Totally.
Yeah, make sure to do it in reverse so I can read it in the mirror. No regrets. No regrets.
That's right. If somebody out there can make temporary tattoos, we will see you at Build.
Aspire makes developers be developers again.
Wow. We had another question from somebody on YouTube chat asking about wiring up their Python applications with maybe a third-party service where the AI was actually running. Yes. Python works with Aspire?
Yes. Okay. Two different ways that you can do integrations with Python. One is locally, so running it in a VN, and in the app host, you do add Python app or whatever we called the API. It's just an integration. Another way you can do it is similarly, but via a container. So you can spin up a Python container that runs locally with a VN or without a VN, or however you want to manage your Python. Both of those ways, you can do the OTel setup and the service discovery setup. It's just environment variables. So you turn those things on. What?
So you're telling me that we can publish open telemetry from a Python app and have it appear on the .NET Aspire dashboard?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah. And then
okay.
Locally, sure, use Ollama, run it in a container, run it locally. I don't know, however you want to run Ollama. Then you want to configure it to do Ollama. In this case, I see the question is from Eric. Hi, Eric. For another remote machine. I imagine this is still like dev time, right? Probably not deployment. You can just do if.
Maybe QA? Maybe?
Or QA, yeah. You could do an environment variable or whatever, and you could do if remote Ollama, change the API call from .add Ollama blah 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 to .add connection to Ollama running on a remote machine, or .add Ollama .run as and put that container on a different endpoint. You can provision and run things from Aspire on F5 to Azure. I don't know if you could provision Olama to a remote machine on F5. I think you would probably have to do it before.
Okay.
But also maybe not. That's a good question. You should do it and let me know because we'll fix it. We will. Cool. Yeah, good question though.
There's another question here from somebody on YouTube. How does .NET Aspire handle dependency injection and configuration management if we were to look at a multi-service architecture?
Wow, good question. It's all env. I mean,
All
there's
environment variables.
yeah, there's stuff we do, right? We type things, which makes it easy to actually write it. But all we're doing is flowing environment variables. The service discovery in particular, like .NET has a very niche way that we do our service discovery. So the environment variables look really stupid that we flow. There's like a bunch of underscores in there that are ridiculous. But .NET reads those natively. .NET knows how to actually use that as just an endpoint. But you can pass that exact same thing and use it with underscores and all in JavaScript or Python or Java or Go or Rust or blah, blah, blah. You could also just pass a regular old environment variable with the endpoint, which we do in Eshop in some places as well. So yeah, DI, it just works the same. Aspire doesn't replace or change any of that. If you're doing DI in a service, in one service, it's just going to continue to work in that service. If you have kind of a global DI system, Aspire can either orchestrate that or completely ignore it and just spin the things up and let them handle the DI. So it's super flexible. It is not a replatform. It is an additional thing that orchestrates what already exists.
The with reference method cannot be cannot be underscored just how powerful that little method is to connect to services and make those environment variables about the one service flow without having to do all the back and forth minutia to figure out, well, where's it listening on, and let's get everything set up and format the environment variable name properly. It just does it.
It's pretty awesome.
So let me see. Let me catch up, and if there are any other questions, folks are saying you're jealous of the 10x developer over here. Let me tell you.
Yeah, so jealous. Well, I'm a PM, so I'm a 100x developer because all I do is use Copilot now or something, right?
Or something. So we know there's going to be Aspire sessions coming up at Microsoft Build.
Yes, I'll be there in person.
We'll have information about it there. We've of course we'll probably have another Aspire community stand up coming up in May. Lots happening in this space. It's a great space to open up your applications, upgrade and include to grow and move forward with other cool features like we're going to see next from our friends John and Jordan.
Yay!
Thanks. Oh, see that setup? Oh, so good. Catch you later, Maddie. Thank you so much. Listen, there's a handful of things out there that I want you to know about. We have a survey that we're running all about the event right there. Check it out. aka.ms/.netfocus/modernization/survey. This is how we learn if we're doing a good job with this event, if this is something you're interested in, and how we can improve for our future .NET Conf events. Go ahead and take a picture of that QR code there and let us know how we're doing, and we will work hard to improve and make sure that the next event is even better. There are swag bags that are happening out there from our sponsors. Check them out at the website focus.netconf.net. Click on the swag link there. You can enter a raffle to win a swag bag. We're going to talk about those after our last session in about 2 hours. We'll talk about that with chat. All right, let's get set up for our next session. We're going to be bringing in John and Jordan here to talk about how we can start using AI with our applications. Oh man, guys, we've been hearing so much about AI from all the people, but if we've been upgrading our applications, we don't have AI in our app. How can we add it in and take advantage of this cool new hotness?
Exactly. Yep. Hey, Jordan.
Hey, John. How's it going? Hey, everybody.
So yeah, this is exciting. I think, as Jeff was saying, it's great to be able to. One of the good reasons, I guess, to want to update your application is to be able to add in AI, right?
Yeah, let's dive on in here. We can just kind of talk about, we'll do a little bit of a recap around an MVC application we'd started with, migrating it to .NET 9 and Aspire, and then let's see how you can add in AI on top of that here.
Cool.
So everybody here might know us, but always good to do these intros. So if you haven't met me yet, I'm Jordan. I'm a product manager on the .NET team where I focus around .NET and helping you build apps that use AI functionality.
Yep. I'm John Galloway. I'm a PM on the DevDiv community team. You'll see me on some live streams, and I'm behind the scenes on things like .NET Conf and stuff.
Awesome. Always good to have you in here with me, John. We've been able to tag team for some years on a number of different projects, and fun to be in the AI space together. There's a lot of exciting stuff to talk about in here. Maybe let's take just a real quick moment and kind of do an overview of the impact AI can have for you all, as well as what we're doing in .NET, and then get just straight on into demo mode, shall we?
Mm-hmm.
So real quick, teeing up, this was just some quick bullets from a study that was done with 600 different IT and business decision makers around the question of what kind of impact you see AI being able to have for you and your business. And I just wanted to highlight these top 6 responses really around the space of a lot of people looking at it, helping with information and product discovery. This is stuff like helping, dig through massive amounts of data, make it easier to discover and gain these business insights. Service and support. This is in that space of like helping reduce that time and improve the interactions between a customer and, say, a support agent or so. And this all kind of amounts towards, helping with processing these sorts of transactions at scale.
Mm-hmm.
And you'll see a little bit of that in our demo today as we focus around our good old friend Eshop and how AI could help actually reduce some of the time it could take a customer to make a purchase decision on, whether they want a product or not based on its reviews. And then the last few in here that says, around making smart products, working with smart devices and personalized experiences. And then content generation. You'll see we're going to use that as well. This is developer. We'll play with a little bit on how you can use AI to help you generate some test data that can come in handy just in your day-to-day tasks, even if you just sprinkle that in there before taking your whole app into having some AI functionality. And then finally, there's some marketing campaign automation that could come along here.
It's great the order that we're talking in, because Maddie just showed us the eShop and kind of like modernizing an application, bringing it forward. And we're kind of just taking it a next step forward after that with some AI. Another thing I was thinking of as you're talking about just how AI is having impact. I used AI in preparing my demos. And this week I used AI in reviewing blog posts and stuff. So it really has transformed the way we work. And it's great to be able to add AI capabilities into our existing apps.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think my goal in this for everybody is to help you get enough of a taste of what it could be like to use some AI functionality, and even enable you to start poking around, playing, experimenting, exploring this, and then figure out how this all pieces together, ways that it may work for you, because your case is better than anybody, or what you're going for in the business. So we want to arm you here with the info on like what's out there with AI, simplify it a little bit with where it is with .NET, and we'll walk you through here on how to get started.
Cool.
So in the .NET team, we've been doing a lot of investments around AI. You may have joined us for a .NET Conf focus on AI event last year as well. And in this amount of time, we've been putting a lot of investments into samples, learning material, documentation, as well as growing an AI ecosystem, working with both teams in Microsoft and out of Microsoft. So you can see here some examples of various different pieces of the AI ecosystem, frameworks like Semantic Kernel. We've got the Azure Inference SDK. We've got Azure AI Services. GitHub Models is a great way to get started, and we'll focus on that a little bit today. And then there's vector stores, which are a way to be able to do things like semantic search, do more meaningful search over your data, as well as smart components that we'll talk about, ways that you could work with components from these different partners of ours to layer in some quick AI functionality without needing to go in too far on the nitty-gritty details of AI, if you will. Now, there's a lot that you also need to consider when working with AI. It can be a little overwhelming. This reminds me of the JavaScript days when I was working in that space more over a decade ago, where it's like every week there's a new framework, a new thing to learn. So our goal on the .NET team is to help you right now have some of the fundamentals and building blocks you need to be able to start making progress, start experimenting, getting into this space without necessarily being as overwhelmed. So with that, we've been focusing on core abstractions and fundamentals in the .NET libraries itself. So Microsoft.extensions.ai, you may have heard us talk about previously. This is a core set of abstractions and APIs you can work with that came from our work with those different members of the ecosystem we just mentioned, our own work in this space, identifying what are the common patterns and building blocks you need to get going. So this encompasses beyond chat, because there's a lot you can do with AI that's not just chat. This encompasses working with multimodal input. This works with vector data stores. There's Microsoft Extensions Vector Data that is a tag team partner here, as well as an evaluation library to help you evaluate these apps, which is really critical in this space of non-deterministic applications that are generating this content in ways that you can't always predict what's going to happen. So you need a strong base like the evaluation support to be able to evaluate your app. So these are all parts of the AI kind of foundations we're building into .NET.
Yeah, that evaluations thing is something that took me a little bit to realize the importance of. Like you're saying, when you're working with AI, it can be difficult because it's going to give you a slightly different answer every time, right? And so being able to evaluate responses as part of building a reliable business application, really kind of putting it to use. So, yeah.
So with that, let's go on into, we want to just dive on in toward demo mode. I know, John, if you wanted to kick us off first on introducing the app we're working with here, kind of get it set up, then I'll jump in on the AI angle.
Sounds great. Yeah, so if we can switch to my desktop here. Awesome. Okay, so what I'm going to be overviewing here is based on a demo that actually Jeff Fritz and Luis gave at Ignite. So if you want to see this in detail, this is breakout session 149. They had a whole hour to go through this scenario, and Jordan and I are moving through it pretty quickly. So I just wanted to kind of highlight what it's about. We've also got all the code for you up as well on GitHub. So the general idea is we're starting with an eShop scenario, and we've got the application it's a eShop-like scenario. It's a shop that has an API backend and then .NET Framework MVC front end. So in updating the application, I'm going to kind of move quickly through some of the steps just to kind of highlight the general idea, right? So the steps you would take, first of all, here we've got our front-end MVC app that's calling back into our API. So we've got to deal with things like managing API endpoints. That's already something Maddie showed you can improve by doing things with Aspire, right? So that's kind of our next steps there. But so the first steps you would take here is you would do right-click and you would do upgrade. And I'll go through. Now, this is something that I have had to kind of teach myself. If I right-click on solution, I'm going to go through and generate a report, okay? I already know I've gone through this before, but that's right-clicking on solution gives you the report. Right-clicking on the project itself upgrades the project, right? So I'm going to do a side-by-side incremental update. This is nice. This takes advantage of YARP that you've seen in some of the previous presentations. So if I go through and click next, hopefully I haven't used this name before, and then we'll say next, and it goes through. Generally, what I find is for APIs and MVC applications, things move pretty smoothly through updating of the backend code. And the places that you need to do the next kind of bit of work is in the front end code, meaning your HTML helpers, things like your static assets, etc. So this kind of general update is pretty smooth going through API and MVC app, right? So I'm just going to go through and we'll do that. And then I'm going to magically do the Julia Child, step over to the oven and take out the baked turkey. So there we go with, running through the API and the MVC app, right? So generally, I've done this with several sites. What I find the kind of next steps and the things you'll see if you want to go in detail and watch Jeff's presentation is those things with like the static assets, sometimes dealing with like a NuGet package, etc. All right. So we'll hop ahead here to, here's the application after we have updated it. And you'll see in here some things that I want to point your attention to. One is that it's using YARP. So YARP is that reverse proxy. And then it's proxying forward. So the core app is handling everything it knows how to handle, everything that's been migrated. And then everything it doesn't, it's pointing back to the existing original application. And I think in the interest of time, we can probably just switch over to Jordan, and Jordan, then you can show, oh, wait, sorry. There's one more thing I wanted to show, which is here we've got all the different things, and we want to actually Aspirify it, right? So this is where I would go through and I do right click, and then I would say Aspire Orchestrator support. And here it says, okay. And this is where we kind of drop in Aspire. And it's all relatively, like, I would say if I was doing this on my own with nobody watching and I'm not making a ton of coding errors, I'd probably get through this in 20 minutes or so. Like, I need to go through and hook up my Aspire, my app hosts. I need to make sure that everything's kind of pointing to the right places, et cetera, right? So if I go into my app host, then I need to add in my 2 projects. I need to add the references, et cetera. So hopefully at this point, I've kind of teed it up for Jordan. And then Jordan, you can take over with the adding AI part.
Perfect. Okay. So here we've got on my screen, this is that Aspirified version. Let's talk about how we've added in AI in this space. So we've taken our products, and you can imagine if you've got a storefront that people are going to want to be looking at reviews. And so this is what we focused on here around making it easier to come in, and, we've got hundreds of reviews here that different rankings, it's a thumbs up, positive, thumbs down, negative. We're able to use AI in the solution to help do some sentiment analysis. And also imagine if you're reviewing this page, you're not necessarily going to want to take the time to read all of these reviews when you're just trying to figure out if you want to make a purchase decision. And so we've layered in here the ability to do a summary of the reviews. So this is another spot where we're using AI to be able to look over all the reviews we've got and create a concise summary. Now, another piece that's not as obvious in here is as we took our app before, I didn't have any review data. This is something that was new that we needed to start having in the site. So what we've actually created here is we've generated this review data using AI as well. So let me show you what that looks like. And this is a very handy tool. We've all got to deal with test data from time to time. So the way we went about doing that is first, in this project here, this is a simple console app I can run to generate the test data. It's going to output a products.json that we're consuming over in the Eshop project. So I've got my list here of products that are on the site. And now we get into prompt world. So I've got a system prompt defined here. Let me bump that up for you. And this system prompt is, you use a system prompt to basically tell an AI, a language model, what its purpose is, what it's going to be doing here. So this is a data generation assistant. Very specifically, we're saying how it's experienced in generating data for a variety of tasks. Specifically, summarization, translation, question answering, and you specialize in generating reviews for outdoor products. And then we give some really specific guidance on the sorts of things to include in the review. So the usage of the product, be honest, helpful to the reader, and then giving a star rating. So that's one part of this. This is for generating the review. It basically sets the stage for this is your purpose. And then the user prompt, this is the thing that will come in for each product. So we're going to cycle through a list of products and we'll say, okay, write a review for this product. And here we're instructing it specifically that here's the product you're reviewing. We give it a name and description, and we say how to write the review. And then we also say that we want this review to be either positive or negative. We're going to pass in a sentiment for the review that it's generating. And then real quick, what happens here is basically in a loop as we go through the products, we're randomly generating some number of reviews from 10 to 30 reviews for each product. And then as we go through, we're randomly saying, is it a positive or a negative sentiment we want? And then this is where we use the extensions AI library to make these calls. So I create a list of my messages, basically the system prompt to say, what's your purpose? And then that user prompt for the specific product. We get this thing called an iChat client, which then in this case, we are using Azure OpenAI as our AI model provider. And switching down to here, you'll see that we call this client and we say get response async. And basically that's going to give us our response back generating a review for the product. Now, when we do this, we want to stay in the .NET world. We like to be strongly typed. We like having a solid definition of that response. So here with the extensions AI library, we're able to say that the responses should be a review type. And if you look at what that's like, the review is made up of the text of the review, a rating, its sentiment, and a set of keywords we had it extract. So the end result of running this is going to look like, let's switch over to this one. Products.json, and here you'll see this is the sorts of format we get back. It comes back as structured output in JSON. And so there's the reviews. Here's our text, rating, sentiment, and keywords. So these were taken with those prompts that we just went through in the data generation project. Now, in this case, let's say one last thing I can point out here. Here I was using Azure OpenAI to host the model. I'm using the GPT-4o mini model. With this, it's running inside my infrastructure, not going out to the public OpenAI. Let's say during development, I don't necessarily want to hit the central resource, or maybe I've got some spotty Wi-Fi going on or some network issues. I could actually switch to using local development with Ollama. So Ollama is a great app that you can install on Windows, on Mac, on Linux, that runs locally. It's able to have a set of local models that you can then interact with. And so here I could change this code. If I commented out this bit, and now we instead change this to use the Ollama chat client, nothing else in my source has changed. Extensions AI makes it so that as long as I have an iChat client, the rest of the APIs I can work with the same way. So all I had to do was change up my client, and this would then start generating those views using the Llama 3.2 model hosted locally on my machine.
That's a really big deal, Jordan. That thing about that iChat client and those common abstractions, that really makes it so much easier to write AI code, right? Because as you showed before on those slides, there's so many different providers, there's so many different things. And so being able to just write, learn one coding paradigm. If you learn to work with an iChat client, you can write code that works anywhere.
Yeah, exactly. And this also, you'll see as we go into our, if I switch over to the Eshop project we were looking at, I don't need to go back to the app. So let's just clear out the debug mode for us, shall we? You can see in here in this app, now we've Aspire-ified it. in my, let's see, in this case, I'm in my API code, and I'm through DI, I can add in dependency injection, add in a chat client that can be used throughout my app. And it's the same idea. I can swap out different clients.
Mhm.
I could use the code you see down below here to switch over to, in this case, it's the reverse. I'm using Olama for local dev right now in this demo. I could switch it over to Azure OpenAI. And same thing we just talked about. The rest of my code doesn't change.
Yeah.
This is also a good point of the middleware that we've got with Microsoft Extensions AI. So in here, I'm able to enable open telemetry. You'll see the same code between these. That's another advantage of these core abstractions. We're able to build middleware that can leverage these different, as long as we've got an iChat client, we're able to do some things like layer in telemetry, distributed caching. There's other middleware that helps standardize the way that local methods or tools in .NET are called across different libraries. So you don't have to think about different models. You don't have to think about how does Olama handle native method invocation for certain sets of models? How does OpenAI? That middleware is able to make some assumptions and kind of, as long as you got the iChat client, make that work for you.
That's a really nice thing because all AI apps now are distributed apps in some way, whether you're calling over to Olama locally or Azure OpenAI or some other AI service, right? You're always making these distributed calls. So being able to trace those using Aspire really kind of simplifies that. And then also for some of them, the telemetry will do things like track your token usage, which is really important for knowing how much it's going to cost or if you're going to run out of tokens. So
yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that. Let me show that real quick on this site. So we've shown the data generation. You've got the same kind of pattern for creating the review summaries, where it's we set up a system prompt to say, here's how you do a summary, and then we pass in a user message about creating a summary. So same approach using these APIs, but you're giving sorts of different instructions. But the telemetry side, if we look, let's pick one of these. So here, let's say as I'm playing around, I've been experimenting locally and I want to start getting an idea of the cost of this thing as I'm looking toward, moving towards staging, moving to production. Well, with Aspire, you'd expect some nice telemetry support around this, wouldn't you?
Hope.
What we can do here, I can take a look at first. Let's see, my request is still running right now, so it's going to be this one that's going on. Since I'm using Olama and this machine is just on the CPU, you're seeing a little bit of the slowdown as it takes to respond because this is running on the CPU right now.
Yeah, Olama is kind of slow if you're running locally, and if you're not GPU, if you don't have like full GPU support, it can be really slow. So,
yeah,
nice.
Which is, for my development purposes, this isn't too bad on this machine with a CPU right now for what we just got. But thankfully, this is also where the distributed caching comes in. So I've cached these results too, so I don't have to regenerate them every time for this right now. So we've run this. It's made a whole bunch of, or it's made a call to create this summary. And if I look back here it's going to be, let's see. We're going to go back to this view. So I can look and I can actually dive into the details of this run that we just had. So here's going to be, this was a long running interaction. If I look in here, I can see the call that was made to that Llama 3.2 model. And I can click in. We've got here telemetry related to input tokens, which for our purpose, token oftentimes is like a word. It can be a different size of a chunk, but that's a way that you measure cost, is how many tokens are you using on the input and the output. And so I can see here that one call it used 125 output tokens, and I could start getting an idea of the cost of one run. I can also go in the dashboard and take a look under metrics, and you'll see in here that I can get a view of I may have clicked the wrong project. There we go. I can get an eye on the token usage. So we had one interaction here, not necessarily as interesting, but this gives me a way to kind of get a quick look at, like, modeling the system, what kind of token usage is going on, a way to view these. And so I used that use open telemetry call in the code. That's going to enable the same thing, generating open telemetry for whether I'm using Azure OpenAI or Ollama. I don't have to think about those details because we'll have Microsoft Extensions AI helping to tackle that for me in the middleware that's been introduced.
So kind of big picture, as you're looking, a lot of modernization efforts start with local development and kind of testing things out, right? So to be able to take your app, Aspirify it, and then test out using Ollama and basically be able to estimate costs, then you could, plan for, hey, this is how much it's going to actually cost to update our application and add in AI features. You could start making some of those estimates there.
Yeah.
Cool. Nice.
I'm going to dive on back here to our next portion. So we just looked at the Eshop app. We've layered in AI. I'm able to use Extensions AI. You can use this with .NET 8, .NET 9. In this case, we are layering it into our existing application. But let's say I want to also just start new, just to play around on my own in a project. And so I want to give you a little intro to our .NET AI chat template that we've got. So this is a new template that's in preview right now. You can find on that link there directions to be able to install this for yourself. This will create a project in .NET 9 using Blazor for a front end. Instead of me continuing to talk, let's just look at it, shall we? So you may not be using Blazor in your application yet, but this is a great way to kind of dive in and start exploring this space. Really, chat is sort of like the hello world for the AI space. So this template here, there's a lot of other scenarios that are non-chat that you can do with AI. We focused on chat because it is just that hello world. And so this is a template that's a little bit more of an sample end-to-end, including data ingestion and how to use something called the retrieval augmented generation pattern, or RAG, that lets you augment your prompts with data from with your own data. So you can ask questions over your data, even if it's not been ingested into the language, or not if the language model hasn't been trained on it.
Mm-hmm.
So here I'm going to call this the My Assistant project. And I get a few choices when we start. First is the AI service provider we want to use. We include support for Azure OpenAI, GitHub Models, Ollama for local dev that we've just been talking about, and OpenAI itself. I'm going to start with GitHub Models because this is a really good starting point if you're just getting going. You only need a GitHub user account. We provide some instructions on here, but basically with the GitHub Models approach, you create a personal access token. It doesn't need permission to do anything. You just have the token and you configure your app to use it. And then you're able to start working with models. You're rate limited. You have a smaller quota of the interactions you can make and calls you can make in a given time frame. But it's an easy way, great way to get started. There's no subscription or credit card needed to work with it. You can just start working with different AI models. And then for vector stores, we've got a local JSON-based vector store, Azure AI Search, and an external product called Quadrant that we're going to select in this case. This will run in a separate container. Vector stores, they let you do things like semantic search, which is where I can ask, instead of just a keyword search like hats, I can do a search for like fancy hats or developer hats or Jeff Fritz's favorite hats. And perhaps the system is able to, get some more meaning out of that with the data that is in the system and help you find matches, do things more like a natural language search. So we're going to click create here. And this will create for us a .NET Aspire project where I've got my app host. I've got the standard service defaults. And then here we've got a set of components generated for a chat UI, which we'll just demonstrate in a moment. And then we've got our basic data ingestion functionality in here that allows us to chat over some PDF documents. And if I hit run right away, you'll actually see that it's going to need a little configuration. Let's see. Okay. So the first time you go with the template, you'll see this README that gives you setup instructions on, how to put together the pieces you need for the combinations you just chose. So in this case, I've got a missing configuration for how I'm going to talk to GitHub models. If I chose Azure AI search, I'd possibly have an issue where I'm missing, some of that configuration. So in this case, instead of going through the steps for you and possibly showing you my personal access token, I'm actually going to reuse the secrets from another project that I had handy where I've already configured all of this. So now when we run it, should be all green. That so far is looking a little better. Okay, now we're going to open up the web interface. And so here's our chat UI. 3, 2, 1. So we give a nice sort of basic chat, ability to create a new chat. We include a couple sample PDFs that were also generated by AI that you could use to chat with. And in this case, I'm going to say what's included in the survival kit. And this is going to run a search against that quadrant vector store. I can get, I'm getting an answer here to what are these supplies, and then I include support in here for citations. So this opens the sample PDF, highlights the citation that was used. And we also are given some follow-up questions that we could ask, like, how do I use the first aid kit? So all that's included in the project in those components we just looked at. If you were curious on the way that search works, we're going to switch on over to our, so chat.razor was the chat component. Let me do one thing. My environment's not quite there. Now it's better. Okay. So down here is our system prompt. It says, here's how you handle things like the searches, use a search tool to find relevant info, and how to create a citation. And something that's different in this that we didn't look out before is we're enabling the calls to the language model to use tools or native methods that are in .NET. So in my setup for this solution, I'm saying tools that you can use include this search async method. And this is what handles the search with our kind of vector search we've had going on. So for example, let's put a breakpoint there. And I'll say, what size is the watch? Now our method was invoked. This is native .NET code. I could include in here anything I could put in my app. I could call back to my database. You could interact with other APIs, microservices you already have. Here, these descriptions were actually used as part of the setup for the language model to say, what can this function, this tool do? What are these input parameters? So a search phrase is the phrase to search for. I can also pass in a file name filter and be able to say, filter on a specific file. This info gives enough that as it's working on the call to the language model, it's able to have picked this tool. It knows I want to start with a search because the system prompt said search for information, basically. And we can see here that when this ran, it had searched for watch size. My question had been, what is the size of the watch? It came up with a term such as watch size to perform the search. And now if we step through here, this is going to go against the vector store. It'll give us results back in this case, this XML format. I'm not going to walk through that much more other than to show you how a tool could be used here.
I really like this this template and the overall demo here, Jordan, because like LLMs are great for general information, right? But they don't know anything about my company's data. So being able to use a vector store, like in this case, Quadrant, is really cool because we're feeding it PDFs. But you, in your business, let's say you're a travel agency, you could be feeding it, your travel schedules or, your different services or whatever, right? And so that allows, because otherwise in a chat, you're passing all these tokens along and it's not super efficient to say, here, LLM, here's, half a gig of data, go figures, you know what I mean? That's super expensive. So being able to do vector embeddings in a vector database like this. And what I love with this too, before when I would read these blog posts, it's like, oh, .NET has Quadrant support. Great. How do I install Quadrant? How do I do all this stuff? It's like, nope, Aspire and this template, boom, you're good. So, so I think big picture, what we've seen here is we've taken, a framework, MVC and API app, and added in MEAI and like some summarization. And then also you've shown kind of if you want some sample code or to kind of ramp up quickly on AI, you can use these templates. And I do this all the time where I'll file new project AI template and I have some great sample code, and I'll say, this is how I'm going to use my iChat client to do whatever in my existing app.
Yeah. And I like to use this too for even playing with, you can also take these sample PDFs. Where'd they go? There we go. And drop in other PDFs you have into this project. That data ingestion code will actually see that new PDFs came in. It'll index those. And so it's also handy to even play around with the basics, just with your own data. How far can you get with minimal? Like you're saying, as you're exploring other ideas, starting minimally with some existing data, drop it in for a moment, kind of just start to see some minimal effort. What could it do?
Very cool.
I could show one more example of kind of going against a custom source, but in the interest of time, let's save that if we're able to come back around on it. I think it would be really great for everyone if you could chat a little bit more, John, about some of the other options available for you to layer in AI into your applications.
Yeah. Just a real quick thing. Like if you're looking at how can I sprinkle in some AI into my app? I don't want to do a full kind of like, I want to spend a few minutes. What can I do? So these smart components is a great example. This originally, I think, was prototyped by Steve Sanderson, and the .NET team kind of put these out there. And then we've got it's open source. We've got some great ones from the community as well that are available as from component vendors. But the idea here that's really neat is that you can drop in a component and it just adds intelligent interactions very, very easily. So here, this is showing some different, like the smart paste is crazy, like pasting into a form, and it basically figures out stuff out of like free text. If we can go on to the next slide, we'll see some like examples of how this is added in. So like this smart paste is literally, you do a tiny bit of wire up to add the kind of back-end support and, kind of associate it with your LLM provider. And then you just drop in a smart paste button. So this works in like Razor Pages, MVC, works, I think .NET 6 and above. So pretty good kind of like support going back. This is smart paste. If you go to the next one, here's smart text area. So this is great. This is something where just out of the box, it really helps kind of do this smart autocomplete. But then also you can really customize it. So like going on to the, like in the repo that was on the AKMS link, it shows you a lot more of how you can actually say, here are the policies or whatever. And then in this case, like an HR person working at a company could just start typing and it would fill in the correct information.
Yeah, that's a good example of one possible use case similar to that earlier item about smoothing out some of those transactions on customer and support, like, helping with some of the initial messaging and kind of getting started with those, saving you the time and some of that early message crafting.
Yep. So there's an ecosystem. This is awesome. Progress Telerik, DevExpress, Syncfusion. This is open for component vendors and it's open source, so other people can create controls. But I love this, that they basically created AI-powered versions of their controls that are available. So you can just kind of just, and again, it's the whole idea of just, you do like a couple of lines of code to just say, here's my AI backend, and then your components just light up. So this is in terms of looking at modernizing an existing app. This is something where you can literally add a line of code and make your users' days like that much better. So, yep.
Awesome.
All right. I think we're going to skip over smart components because I have another thing I want to show.
Ooh, something else. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So you've heard a little bit about desktop apps, and I think Santiago in the next session is going to be showing some more stuff about modernizing client apps. One of the real cool, you've seen a lot of web-focused modernization efforts. If you have existing desktop apps, modernizing them to the latest .NET is like a no-brainer. Number one, you can do side-by-side deployment, so each app can deploy with its own version of .NET. So this is a big update for application, like we talked to companies that have some cases like hundreds of internal line of business apps running on like WinForms, WPF, et cetera. And by getting them on modern.net, each one can version separately. You can take advantage of latest Windows features, and then also they're open source. So, GitHub/.net/WinForms, GitHub/.net/WPF, and you can see things as they're going in. So it's completely open source development. And I think the next slide may just be saying that I've got a demo.
Oh, nope.
Oh, so also another just kind of selling point for new Windows Forms or updating your Windows Forms app specifically is things like, of course, like higher DPI, support for newer features, performance, and even fancy dark mode. But what I wanted to do, I've got my next thing is I've got a quick demo I want to squeeze in here. And the idea, we chatted with the .NET team, and they're doing some cool, they did at .NET Conf, Klaus did a really cool demo. I wanted to see what I could do super quickly. So I went and I grabbed, this is actually an MSDN sample from 2009. So this was part of the Visual Studio 2008 samples. This is a data grid. There is a version of this in the .NET samples repo as well. But I'm taking the actual, I just grabbed the code. This is circa .NET 9 application. I'm going to just, hopefully this is working. So I'm going to do right click, upgrade, and this is going to take it, I'm going to do an in-place upgrade to .NET 9. And when I update this, there's one thing that has to do with serialization, and I'm going to just delete that form because it's not part of my demo here. So if I do a, I think it's on 11, 12, it's kind of rolling through. What you'll find, and okay, good. So I think we're all good. So now I'm going to do build. It's going to say there's one form that's like not going to update well. That's this one here. And so I'm just going to remove it because it's not the form I want to show. And then this other, I want to Let me see. I need to add a reference to a SQL client, and I need to set my database. I'm going to do that super quick because it's pretty cool to be able to see. Again, this is a .NET app from 2009, and we're going to add AI to it using MEAI. So I'm going to do let me system.data.SQL client. Cool. Oops. Of course, I have to click on the wrong thing when I'm rushing. Okay, there we go. Let's install it. And then I'm going to point it at my database. So I've installed, this is the Northwind database.
Ooh, a classic.
I'm going to, yeah, right? Good old Nancy DeVolio. Okay, so let's go in here. And in my main form, good old WinForms programming brought back some memories. This, I need to say, there's my data source. Okay, if all goes right, I'm going to have taken a 2009 Windows Forms app and modernized it to .NET 9, pointed it at my database, and it should just run. And then I'm going to lightning speed drop in MEAI into this, and I'll just kind of give a quick tour. There it is. Okay, so there we have data from the, these are orders. If you look in the dates of these, they're all placed back in 1996. So good old Northwind. Okay, so now I'm going to just super fast jump to a version of this where I've added an MEAI. And I'll show the steps here. Step one is I add in a new dependency, a few new dependencies. I add in the main thing is Microsoft Extensions AI and OpenAI. So I add in basically these three. The main thing is Microsoft Extensions AI. So then I add in my usings. That's the stuff here. Step two is I need to do some setup. I basically need to provide it an AI key. So I've grabbed GitHub models AI token. And then I've set it there. And then again, just like you saw in Jordan's code, I'm doing a chat client. And in this case, I'm using GPT-4.1. And then the one kind of this now, I do this thing, add semantic search controls. And the one big thing I want to show, what I decided I wanted to do here is instead of adding in chat, I wanted to say, give me smart queries. And it's already doing queries against SQL. So I'm having it generate some dynamic SQL. When people hear dynamic SQL, they go, oh no, dynamic SQL. This isn't a web app. This is a local line of business app, right? So I just want to generate some SQL. And so let's use it to generate some useful queries against my data. So the previous one, whoever wrote this back in 2009, never thought of seeing their code taken here. Let's say, show me the top employees, 5 employees by total sales in 1998. So what this is doing is it knows the schema for my database and it's generating this SQL for me, right? And so there's my top employee sales. Let's go over employees with declining monthly average sales from 97 to 98. And so what it's doing here, it's taking the schema, it's taking my query. Now I put in some pre-canned ones, but you could literally type just about anything in here. And it's going back to the AI provider. And for some reason, of course, because I'm live, it's decided it needs to take a while. There it is.
Naturally.
So that's a bit of SQL, right? Oh, poor Michael. So, Michael's up for a review. Let's see how he does. But anyhow, the general kind of way this is all working is your standard iChat. Remember, a chat doesn't just need to include text back. In this case, the response from the LLM, the response that MEAI is getting me is actually SQL, and then it executes that SQL query. So that's my lightning speed, updating some code from 2009 and adding in a NuGet package and, hacking around for a few minutes, and and I've got AI semantic search.
I love it. And there was one question on that, John, about how it knew the table structure. That was your schema that was included there, right?
Yeah. So that's a fabulous question. So originally, I actually used GitHub agent mode, GitHub Copilot agent mode, and it would query the schema and dynamically figure out the schema and pass it up. And I updated this because the schema is not changing. The Northwind database schema is locked in stone. So actually, I said convert that to just a string. So it actually just says, here's the schema, here's the relationships. And then when it does the query, it just passes up that schema. So it says, as part of the thing, it says, you're a SQL expert, here's the schema, convert this question into a valid SQL query. And then I gave it also the SQL needs to be valid for SQL Server 2016. That's the version of LocalDB I have. So
perfect.
I think we
Thanks
should.
So much. That was awesome pulling that together like you did. I think that is a really great example of how to just dive on in this space when you've got an idea to start playing around. Hopefully that's kind of the info we've helped give everybody a little bit today. So here's some links to resources you can use to help in that journey for yourselves, as far as like, how do I get started here? How can I just start playing around? I say dive in, prototype, experiment. Once you get to the stage where you do want to move on toward productizing, like going towards staging, really figuring out things like cost control and quality and all those, we've got you with Extensions AI and an evaluation framework to help on quality, tooling with Aspire to help you with understanding some of the token usage and cost, as well as deployment on up through Azure, things like Azure AI Foundry, Azure OpenAI. So that, I think we're at the question and answer portion, right?
There's also one other slide I think I snuck in here, which was for
thank you. Yes.
Yep.
We would love some feedback from this session, as well as help us understand how you're looking to use AI. And so, yeah, folks can take.
Yeah, and one small thing too here is I worked with the WinForms dev team, and they are phenomenal, amazing people, and they're actually prototyping some interesting things. They're interested in people's thoughts on, hey, would you like to see us generate maybe some controls or toolkits or sort of things? So this survey is like a little 5 or 6 question thing, but one of the things in there is, are you interested in toolkits and stuff? So anyways, that's part of it. But yeah, I don't know. Do we have time for questions?
We do. Honestly, John, you sort of broke the internet with that demo. People were like, my gosh, we're going to get the code. Thank you for posting it there. I cross-posted it over to YouTube because people were going crazy. And honestly, I love that demo. I loved everything you guys showed because it sort of connected all the dots. Okay, we talked about upgrade, migrate, all these different things, but I'm like, okay, great. Well, I may have to do it with my apps, but how do I connect all these dots, right? I may not need to, like an on-prem. I'm not going to run it in Azure because it's on-prem. It's a desktop app, right? There's no need to move to the cloud, but I can sprinkle in some of these extra features with the upgrade assistance, with the co-pilots, and then use these services to be able to achieve that. That's amazing, though. I loved it.
I love the, a lot of the time it's, why do I need to update my app? I don't want to have to, my app.
Right, exactly.
Works. And this is, I think, a really kind of compelling reason to update your apps, is to take advantage of those great AI features. In a lot of cases, because they're running in hosted services, it's a few lines of code, and maybe a smart component, or maybe like you saw in mine, that was hacking around for a couple of hours.
Yeah.
And most of the time I spent was getting local DB working and stuff.
Sure. Oh yeah. I mean, it just because I mean it's just, but that is just a rite of passage, right? As a
Mhm.
tax you got to pay to get some of those environments working because
Yeah.
they're that legacy, right?
Mhm.
And Jordan, one of the things I loved about when you were doing your demo is about the token usage, right? Because of more often than not, it's not necessarily people saying that, well, I don't know how to use AI, but I don't know what AI is going to cost me based on how these services work. Because like John said, it's like, I'm just making an API call and I'm crossing my fingers, hope that the credit card doesn't go cha-ching, 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 right?
Yeah.
It's also worth noting, like I love how you brought up the sentiment analysis, all of that, and honestly, I think using like the data generation the way you had it originally when you're talking about the reviews, that is great for like unit testing, right, or integration testing, right? So if you can write a unit test to say, hey, by the way, generate this for me, can you? And I just need to be able to iterate and use that data as we go along. I think there's a lot of features to do that as well. Also,
Yeah.
there's a question here that someone posted way earlier before again John blew up the chat, where it was, so is the vector store the only way to pass my business info to an LLM, right? So because I was thinking about that too. Before
Oh,
John
okay.
showed, hey, just generate SQL and let me just generate this data. How can I inject some of my business domain data into the LLM so I can actually interact with it?
Yeah, that's really good. Good question. It's not the only way with a vector store. As you
Okay.
saw when we had a tool in this app that said search async,
Right.
I could have another tool that's just a .NET method that interfaces with one of my own APIs and does something.
Oh,
It
got
doesn't
it.
need vector search. The vector search in this sample enabled me to do the search, as in it let me take a user some kind of a query and then basically natural language search. And that was
Yeah.
the tool I wanted. But I could layer in a method that does database calls in a different way that I want to use, my own APIs. I've even done there's another thing you can look at too called model context protocol that would let you
Okay.
wire in different tools that interface with other things like GitHub, for example. I have a demo where you can plug in and actually search through the markdown files from GitHub, or you
Oh,
can
awesome.
actually search about repos and the issues in a repo and
Right.
users on GitHub that are plugged in as other tools. So there's a lot of options for how to plug in your data.
Yeah. Yeah. For me, my mind was racing when we were showing the PDFs and the searching for that, right? Because of more often than not, if you use a document store, and I don't mean like a flat file or like like a storage container or anything like that, right? It's more like, hey, you use Box, you use OneDrive, and you're pretty much at the mercy of that search rather than just like, hey, I want to be able to just index this information and do something a little bit different. I think that's pretty awesome.
One thing is, you mentioned that too, Javier, is that SQL Server has great vector
Right.
data support as well. And that's something that took me a while to notice, but that's something where a lot of existing applications, people call them legacy apps. I call them successful apps. They're still around, right? But a lot of those apps are running on SQL Server, and that's a great modernization opportunity, is to take advantage of the vector
Yeah.
data search, semantic search, et cetera,
Yep.
capabilities in your SQL Server.
Another name for that, like back to legacy, and those like I used to work in an environment where we call them classic.
Nice.
So they're classic apps, right? But anyway, gentlemen, thank you so much. Like I said, there's a bunch of chats on YouTube and also on Twitch. So if you want to go and kind of see what other questions are there, since we're right at time, we got Santiago, our next speaker, coming up. Thank you so much. John, you broke the internet. Gotta go. It always happens in one.net Conf. And
I made Jordan do all the work, and then I snuck in a demo at the end.
Oh, perfect. That was great. Thank you so much, both of you. I really appreciate it.
Take care.
Yep. All right. So coming up next, actually, I do have don't forget that we do have our playlist coming up. So if we can put that as there we have swag bag, obviously, and there's the event playlist. So I'll talk about these things. Remember, we have 15 sponsors with giveaways out there. So go out and register. We will be doing the drawing here at the end of the conference, so you can all have the information. Go to focus.netconf.net/swag. Simple form, fill it out. It's literally your entry into it. That's great. Also, the event playlist is in the third lower third down here. where you can scan it with your QR code. I've been actually since I'm doing stuff from home and we're all remote for this one, I've been actually watching it on my YouTube on my YouTube device, which is my iPhone, and then walking around the house getting some few things, and then between hosting. So that's really great. Remember the .NET 10 code for the book. But yeah, this is all really great. I think Santiago is here. There it is. Thank you so much for bringing it up. And there, are you there? There is our friend. How are you doing?
Good, good. How are you?
I'm doing great. And we have Eric as well. So, hey, Eric. Awesome. Well, gentlemen, take it away without further ado. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Javier. So yeah, as this final part to the .NET Conf, I would like to talk a little bit about how to modernize your application into a more modern stack. So let's go through what I would like to speak today. So usually there are more companies that you can think about that have old applications that are designed in WinForms. I'm not talking about older versions of .NET. We are talking even applications that come back to Visual Basic 6. So a lot of companies would like to modernize those applications, but it's actually not that easy at the beginning, because you will have to take that code and you will try to modernize it. At the beginning, they will think they will have everything done manually. So they just stick with those applications for 10, 15, and even 20 years. So today I'm going to show you this actually not so complicated. You can take those old applications and you can even take those into a Blazor code. So you can achieve that in multiple ways. You can do it manually, which of course is not exactly the best way to do so. So you can support with different tools. So let's see. So for the agenda, we are going to be doing a quick display of a Visual Basic 6 application. We are going to be having that application move into .NET Framework 4.8. And then we are going to take that application into .NET 9. From that, we are going to be adding a Aspire solution to the new code. We are going to refactor that Windows Phone application using Copilot. So the amount of code that I'm going to be writing by myself is going to be pretty few. I will be taking Copilot and I will be given the proper prompts so we can translate the code into a more modern technology. Then again, we are going to be using the ACD tooling to deploy the application into Azure. And we are also at the end, we are going to be talking with Eric, which is going to give us a success case for a Blazor migration. So the first thing I would like to share is here, I am part of the Growth Acceleration Partner team and I'm a solution architect for the company. So I wanted to share you in here that we offer the services to go from Visual Basic 6 to Blazor. So in this case, you can take that old application and take your legacy stack into a more modern application. So the first thing that I would like you to give you a high overview is one of the applications that we usually offer successfully to our clients. This will give us the chance to take the codes from Visual Basic 6 and into Visual Basic 6 and move into something more modern. So for that, we have the migration upgrade companion that we offer as part of the company. So in here, for the quick summary, what we do with the tool is that we take this Visual Basic 6 code. Even if you have any other type of language, it's actually pretty old. Let's say Clarion or maybe the old legacy Power Building standard. We can take that code and we can migrate that application into a more modern stack. As an example in here, because this usually takes a couple of minutes to execute, maybe hours, depending of the size of the projects, I'm just going to give you a quick summary what we can offer to you. So we will be taking the application that you give us, your source code as it is, and we will be translating that code into a different types of targets. So the Visual Basic companion is going to allow you to transform your application into the latest version of .NET. It will be up to you. You can choose version like .NET 9, .NET 8, or maybe if .NET Framework, it actually suits more your business environment. From here, the tool is actually going to make everything automatically for you. It is going to take that code, and based on the configuration input that you give throughout that code, because you will be able to personalize the way your code gets migrated, like how the code that is located in Visual Basic 6 gets translated into .NET. So you can choose how to represent the classes, which type of code strategy you would like to see your code being translated to, and many other options. And don't worry, if you have legacy components like Conf components and even Crystal reports, our migration tool will be able to translate those components into new technologies. So you don't have to forget about those special pieces of your application or actually have to remigrate everything manually. From here, with the configuration that you choose from and the technology you would like to tackle with, you will be able to move your application from Visual Basic 6 and get an output into a more modern version of .NET. So now that we have our source code, I migrated the code initially to Framework 4.8. So here, what I'm going to do is that after the migration, we have this small Windows Forms application, and I'm going to do the update to .NET 9 using the Visual Studio integrated tooling. So let's see. The first thing that I would like to show, it will be how to get a summary of the migration that you can do. So one of the good things is that Visual Studio, as it is today, already have a good set of tools that will allow you to upgrade your .NET code from a, let's say, more legacy framework into the latest one. So the upgrade tool is going to give you two things. It will give you the option, of course, to migrate your code. And also at the beginning, if you want to target your whole solution, you will be able to get a report of how the migration is going to be processed with. So let's see. I'm going to create a new report. This solution have two layers in here. We have the legacy app legacy, which is just a Windows Forms application, and we have the core application, which is where the logic of the application is actually designed to. So before doing the migration, let's take a quick look into the application. So as you can see, this is nothing too overcomplicated. Prior to this, I did a migration for a database into the Azure cloud. So we are working at the moment, the application is connecting to an Azure SQL database. Remember also, if you have a legacy database and you would like to modernize that too, you can use the Azure tooling like the data migration services or the Azure migration tools to take your database from the on-premises service into the Azure, or even transfer those legacy databases into a more modern tech stack using the Azure tooling. This is a very basic application. We have a couple of movies in here. We have the title of the movie, and we have a couple of directions. When the user selects one of the movies, is going to get at the bottom some of the actors that were involved into that movie. Nothing too complicated. This is working as it is right now in Framework 4.8. So if I go back into the report, I will be able to get a summary. I will be targeting Net 9, and I'm going to request to analyze the solution. Visual Studio is going to take care of everything for me. It's going to execute the analysis, and it's going to give me a good summary of the mandatory things that I need to upgrade, the optional things that we need to do, and some potential issues that we could have. This time of summary is actually going to give us an aggregate report of what maybe it could be the work that needs to be done after the migration. Since the solution is actually pretty simple to do so, it is not going to have too much to actually modify after the migration. Some of the issues that you maybe will encounter doing the migration, it will be relating components sometimes, or maybe legacy libraries that cannot be translated directly into .NET if your application is actually pretty old. But that will be a very special case scenario. Now that we have the summary, let's migrate our application to .NET 9. So let's begin with the core part of the application. So then again, I will be choosing the upgrade, and I'm going to do an in-place project upgrade. So that means the existing code is going to be replaced by the new one. In case that you want to maybe keep your old code and the new one separate, just try to, instead of do the inline upgrade, try to use it a side-by-side migration. I'm going to choose Net 9, and I'm going to upgrade the selection. One of the greatest things in here is that even if you are going from, let's say, Framework 4.8 into Net 9, at this point, you will know that technologies like .NET Framework, Entity Framework, and many other libraries, System Core, and System Runtime actually change a lot between those two frameworks. The Visual Studio tool is actually going to take care of that migration pretty easily, so you don't have to worry about that. So now, as you can see, pretty quickly, we have the migration completed for the let's call the backend of our UI. Now let's do the upgrade to the UI. On the same thing, we are going to do an in-place project upgrade. We are going to be targeting Net 9 and upgrade the selection. So in here, we have also a successful migration in here, but we got a small warning. The warning is actually nothing that is going to affect the operation of the solution. It's something you just need to take into consideration. In this case, this case is telling us that a font that was available in the old version is no longer available in here, and is going to be replaced with the with the latest version of the recommended version for the latest framework. So let's execute again our application. Good. Now our application is located at .NET 9, so we already have a couple of visual tweaks. So you can see the presentation of the screen looks, let's say, nicer than the older version. So we are in a good place right now. Of course, one of the main problems of using a Windows Forms application is that we are stuck into the desktop solution. So let's move ahead and let's go into the next step. We are going to be adding a Aspire application, and we are going to work together with Copilot to translate our application into a more modern tech stack. So for that, let's add a new project into our solution. I'm going to be using the Net Aspire started up. And this one is going to be name Windows Forms App Modern. Of course, I will be targeting net 92. And let's create our solution. If maybe this is the first time that you are interacting with Aspire, you are going to get a couple of things as part of the starter pack. You are going to get a web application, you are going to get an API, and you are going to get the service defaults and the app host, which actually are going to give you a lot of nice things in your application, like login, handling in error, HTTP client injection, service discovery, and many other things. And the app host is going to work as that entry point for our application that is going to control the API and the new web application that we are going to be working on. So now let's go into the next part where we are going to do a couple of upgrades to the program.cs. So the first thing that we will need to do, it will be to modify our API to make sure that we can expose the endpoints that we need to. So let's do a quick cleanup. Let's remove the weather forecast because we no longer need this for the demo. Let's remove this part. And now let's go work with Copilot in order to create the new endpoints. So since I would like to get the movie service implemented in the new application, which is located as part of the core modeling here, I will be given these two for the context to Copilot, the movie service and the movie mod that is going to be exposed throughout the API. Now I already prepared a couple of prompts to make it quicker to Copilot, but let's explore those. So the first thing that I would like to ask to Copilot is to use a minimal API to generate the new endpoints for the get movie by ID and the get movies. The endpoints must consume the movie service, also add the code to inject the movie service as transient. Of course, since the movie service have a special implementation and it comes, let's call it, into more legacy implementation after being translated, we need to do a couple of tweaks in order to inject the service in our application. So as part of the prompt, I'm going to include one additional request, which is when he does the injection for the movie service, I would like him to take into consideration that we'll be reading a string connection from the app settings. So I'm going to ask him to do that. So let's see how the output goes. Good. So we already have the answer. So let's explore what we have in here as part of the output. So let's resolve this couple of uses. We have to add the reference to the core library in here. And we already have the movie service in here injected as a transient instance. We are getting the connection string automatically and returning the service every time that we make a request to the service to being used. Now we have the two new endpoints. We have another one to get the movies and another one to get the movie service. Actually, something pretty simple. And we got a good implementation of the code. We're just making a prompt. We are not making any change to the code manually, which of course saves a lot of time. Now for the next part, we would like to have this API exposed to our web application. So let's go into the web application and let's modify the client that takes advantage of this client. So as part of the as part of the initial code that we got with the boilerplate for Aspire, we get this weather API client. So let's ask Copilot to modify this weather API client, of course, into the movie API client, and instead of consume the old endpoint that was part of the example, to consume the new endpoints that we have in here. So for that, let's request him to do the upgrade based on the previous response. So this is a good moments to know that when Copilot have the context of everything that you are doing, the response are going to get better. So since we already asked him to create the services and create the endpoints, he has a very good context. So what I'm going to request him. So in here, I ask him to create the API client and take the weather API client that we have here into the code as an example to create the client, which is actually going to take everything, is going to make everything more simple. So now let's copy paste the code and take a look. So instead of using the models that Copilot gave me, I'm going to be using the ones that I already have defined into the core layer in here. Let's see, we have the call to retrieve the movies from the new endpoints. We are getting the the list in this case. Let's change this one into a list to make it easier to consume on the UI side. And we also have the method to retrieve one movie by ID. Pretty simple so far. So let's see. In less than 5 minutes, we already migrated the code from to our latest version. We created a new solution, and we already have part of the endpoints exposed in our application. And the tweaks that I have to do throughout the code were pretty simple. Okay, so we have our API. So now we are using the new code as an API. So this is a huge advantage. We already moved into the ordinary Windows Forms application using a backend to connect to everything into separating our application. The legacy background that we have, the source code that we have to consume the database and everything, and we move this into an API. So we already achieve a good layer of modernization in here. So now let's modify the UI. So since we already have the main form in here, I'm going to open the designer for this. So the designer is going to give us back what we already have in the Windows Forms application. So we have two grids as we saw at the beginning of the demo. We are presenting a couple of set of information from the movies and also from the actors. So let's go back into the Blazor as well. We already have the web application created in here. And let's do two things. The first thing is let's remove the counter and the weather we are not going to need anymore. And let's edit the navigation menu layout to remove those two, just to do some quick spring cleaning. Okay. Well, let's do something additional in here. Let's rename this class just to make it nicer, the API client, to make sense with the client name. Now let's go back into the designer. So we already have the Windows Form designer. Now we have a home implementation in here on the Razor side. So I'm going to request Copilot to translate for me the designer code into a Blazor implementation. So let's go back into Copilot. I am asking me create a new Razor code from the main designer.cs, and I want you to transform this Windows Form code into a compatible Blazor one. So this is going to take the code from the main designer and automatically is going to translate our code into something that is compatible with the Razor Blazor tech stack. So let's give it a second to provide the code. So if I have to do this manually, it will take me more time because I will have to create the table. I will have to define everything, inject the dependencies and everything, and I already have the code. So let's take a quick look. So we already have the navigation in here. We have the movie app. We have the title of the application. We are presenting the same data in here. And now I have the columns and everything that is being represented in here. So everything is looking good so far. So let's modify something else. I want to set up the render mode into the proper one. In this case, I would like to use the interactive server. Yeah, this will make sure that all the events that I execute throughout the UI actually get resolved. There is one thing that I would like to do as well. I would like to, instead of clicking the row, I want to when the user clicks the movie ID, actually gets the information from the movie. So change the code that when the user clicks the movie ID, it calls the movie selector instead of the whole row. Now this is going to give me an updated code of the existing one, changing the on-click event into a particular column instead of using the whole row for the click event. So let's see, we already have the presentation of the title in here. Oops, let's try it again. Okay, it seems to be a little bit sluggish. Let's hope it doesn't happen again. We are getting the new output in here. Almost there, and we already have our code. Let's go back in here, make sure that we have everything set up, the URLs, we have everything. And now when the user clicks the movie ID, everything is going to be ready to retrieve the information. So for the final configuration, I'm going to update the connection string to target the database that I would like to use. I'm going to do that very quick on the fly on the API. Let's go to the API service and update the app settings. Let's add this in here. So we are connecting to an Azure database like I mentioned at the beginning. So everything should be ready to go. So let's see how it goes. So now that we have everything set up, let's execute the app host and access the Blazor application. Okay, we have a couple of errors. Let's fix those. Okay, we have a couple of missing imports in here. Nothing to worry about. And instead of injecting the weather API, of course, we would like to inject the movie API client, which we already refactored. That's so that should be good. Okay, let's execute the app host application to access our Aspire application. Okay, let's wait a second until I open the browser. Good. So let's see, everything is on place. We already have the endpoints located in here. We have the API and the web front end ready to go. So let's see how it goes. Good. So we already have our application ready to go. So you have the movie app in here. You have the grid displaying the same information as the Windows form, and we already have the whole events to translate your application. So we went from a Windows form application into Blazor pretty quickly using the Visual Studio tooling. So for the final step, let's deploy this application into the Azure portal. For that, I'm going to be using the ACD tooling. So I'm going to use the ACD init command just to make sure that we use the configuration in here. If you are not familiar with the Azure development tools, this is actually something pretty nice for the developers that will allow you to create Azure resources and also to deploy application mostly pretty flawlessly. The init is actually going to take the application and it's going to ask us a couple of things. So the environment name. So let's say app updated WinForm. Okay, so we already have everything set up. So the ACD already identified which applications I have in my source code and which actually apply to the Azure cloud. So this is actually a pretty good thing. Even if our solution have the Windows phone, it's going to ignore that part because it doesn't have anything to do with the Azure deployment. Now let's use the ACD app just to deploy our application, and this is going to take a couple of minutes. But in the meantime, we can do a quick summary. So the ACD is going to create the Azure Container Registry for us. It is going to also to create the it is going to create the Azure Registry for us, the Azure Container Apps, also the environment and everything, and all the business template to deploy the infrastructure. So this is going to be very quickly. It's going to take a couple of minutes. So as you can see, as a developers, we can do these migrations pretty easily. But let's suppose that you have a big application that you would like to migrate, because not everything is so simple this way. So let me tell you something. As part of the solution that we have in Growth Acceleration Partners, we not only take the source code that you have in .NET Framework, Visual Basic, or maybe Clarion or other languages, and taking into the more recent version of .NET into a WinForce, but also we have the services to migrate your Windows Phone application into Blazor in a mostly, let's say, automatic way. As any other project, we will have to do a couple of manual ticks as part of the services that we offer. But if you are interested, that will be something that we can offer to you. So now, doing the application is going to take a couple of seconds. So the application is going to be deployed into the Azure portal, and we will see the same information that we saw locally. Do we have any questions on the chat so far until the deployment happens, like in maybe 2 or 3 minutes?
Now, we haven't had any real big questions coming in here. It's great to see the process as you're moving things forward here, getting the upgrade moving and advancing the application. We all struggle with this. So it really is amazing to see that in 20 some minutes here, you've made significant progress. The AI has been a big help here, Santiago.
Everything is thanks to the AI. Because as a developer, if I had to do this manually, let's say maybe 3-4 years ago, it would take me, I don't know, maybe at least 2 or 3 hours creating the template, modifying the code, everything. So with Copilot, like you say, Jeff, 15, maybe 20 minutes at the
most. There is a question from Mark on YouTube asking about sharing some of the YAML that was generated that defines where this is going to land. I don't think we generated YAML along the way here, did we?
Yeah, actually, when we use the ACD tooling, Jeff, we get a couple of things from the YAML. This is going to use biceps and everything, bicep to deploy the infrastructure into Azure. So let me show you what we have in here.
I was thinking it was bicep, and yes, of course.
Yep. So let's see. Let's see, what is the jam? It's gonna be here. But it should be in here. I do not see it. Let me go back into the Visual Studio. Maybe that will help. Sorry, I think I will own you that part, but maybe I can answer the question directly in the meantime. So the YAML file is going to have everything that you need to deploy the application. Is going to have the configuration to deploy the Azure Container Registry, to deploy your Docker images into the cloud. It's going to create everything also to deploy as part of the Azure Container App. So it is going to create the Azure Container Environment. Is going to create everything to deploy the Aspire application, the app host, the web application, and the API as well. Is going to create, as you can see also on the Logs Analytics workspace, because if one of the greatest things that we have with Aspire is that we have full login everywhere. We can include that as part of the service default. So, of course, using the Log Analytics workspace is going to give us, as a developer, so as an SRE and everything, a good overview what is happening in the environment. Besides that, we have just basic Azure configuration, creating resource group, assigning those to the resource group, accessing the subscription and everything. Nothing to, let's say, fancy, standard configuration.
Yeah, nothing fancy, and we're seeing the full application here. It migrated to Blazor, getting deployed. It really is. Of course, this isn't as sophisticated as some enterprise systems, but it is a really cool thing to be able to do this with all of the tools fitting together like this. Now, there is a question from Albert on YouTube asking, can the new Blazor app be deployed in app service resource in Azure without using Aspire and Azure Container Apps?
Yeah, of course. As this presentation is, like, let's say, one of the flavors that you can choose. As you want, you can go with a standard Blazor application. You can use the same technique that I use Copilot to support you in order to translate the code. And after you get your Blazor application, you can deploy it anywhere you like. You can deploy it to AKS, you can deploy it to Azure Container Apps, you can deploy it to app services, whatever you would like to deploy it. Let's see. This was an unexpected error. Let me see. Maybe it's part of the app host. Maybe no. Everything looks good in here. Let's go to the API app settings. Yeah, it's in place. Okay, this was a little bit unexpected to have this error. Let me go back into the terminal.
So I think the key thing that we should land there when we talk about doing the deployment, you can pick up and deploy your code that was orchestrated with .NET Aspire using your existing build scripts, your existing GitHub Actions, Azure DevOps pipelines, whatever it was that you were using, you can continue to use. Aspire gives you all of this great wiring, as you were talking about, for security principles, for connecting environment variables and connection strings between the various components of the application system.
Yep, you can deploy it anywhere you would like to to have it. Is not tied to Aspire or any particular part of any infrastructure directly. You can deploy mostly anywhere you would like to have it. Yeah, sorry, Jeff. I encountered an unexpected issue. I didn't have this in the past. It happens when you do the demo. So maybe in the meantime, when I try to redeploy this application, I would like to go into the final part, because like I mentioned throughout the demo, at Growth Acceleration Partner, we can offer you all these solutions that you need to migrate from Windows Form into Blazor and take your application in a more enterprise manner. So Eric is here which is actually one of the clients that we have, JetNet, and he's going to share with us the experience that he as a company has with the whole process with us with Gap.
All
So
right,
Eric,
I'll step away and let you talk, Eric. Thanks.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks, Santiago. Thanks, Jeff. Eric Foss. I'm the head of technology here at JetNet. We're a data company. We're a market intelligence platform for aviation, so kind of like a Kelley Blue Book for a Carfax, but like for airplanes. And so we've been working with Santiago and Gap for maybe the last 6-8 months on a migration project, and so we've got we've got a very large, very old application. It's VB6. It's about 250,000 lines of code that we essentially have an outbound call center. They call aircraft operators. They collect all this data and key it in. So it's been around for a long time, and sort of we were going through the process of how do we move past this, like our ability to keep evolving it is sort of running into the limitations that you would see with like an on-prem client server app. And so working with Gap, we've kind of done a couple steps to we're going to WinForms to Blazor. And we talked about sort of different targets for when we modernize this, and the project involved a few different options. We talked about sort of the big rewrite, and I'm sure everyone's got their own sort of nightmares associated with those kind of exercises, right? We didn't want to sort of go off into a smoky room for a couple of years and rebuild this thing from scratch. We wanted to ideally use a good legacy upgrade platform like a Strangler Fig or something in order to get our application up to date. But of course, you can't really do that with a client server app. So this path of getting the Blazor, and then we're going to modernize and update the application from there. I think it's been a great great way forward for us. The Blazor decision. We've got a small team, and we've got people who are really familiar with our domain and really familiar with our database, but they've been trapped in like the Visual Basic 6 box for kind of a long time, and don't necessarily have the exposure that we'd hope to like more modern application stacks. And for us, it really came down to something like a tool that was flexible enough for us to sort of move forward with. And Blazor definitely fit that bill, but also, easier for a longtime VB6 developer to pick up. So getting that C# training, getting .NET training, and then not having to go through like figuring out JavaScript and then a React layout or, Angular, right? But really having everything there in a place that's comfortable for them. That was really the big driver. So far things have been going really well. We've got the application, we've gone through a conversion process, so we're just starting to tune it right now. We haven't rolled that out into production. I heard some sort of comments about the deployment earlier. Interestingly enough, we're actually deploying on-prem, right? We're not in Azure, we're not in the cloud yet. So our database is on-prem, and I think picking that up and moving it somewhere is going to be a fair amount of work. So we wanted to get up running where it is to start with. So we went through that. We're going through that exercise. We'll have it running, and no problem running that sort of where it is, and really just doing like more of a like for like with the VB6, and then going on to sort of a further upgrade path after that. So Santiago, do you look like your stuff was compiled there? Did you want to finish your demo, or you want me to keep going here? Or?
No, I think you can go ahead. This is going to take more time than maybe we already have. So I must apologize for today for skipping the Azure part.
Demo is right. I mean the application for what it's worth, it's primarily a CRUD. I heard some comments like not legacy, classic applications. So it's been around for a long time. People are really comfortable with it, and this really gives us a way to sort of land on that same experience with a more modern platform, and really kind of the first step in what we think is a longer journey. But fairly pleased with the process so far. So really looking forward to kind of finishing the project. Like I said, we're sort of right, kind of midway now. But the Blazor so far has been great. We've seen our VB6 developers get comfortable with it, pretty quickly with some training and coaching with someone with experience. So.
Okay, thank you, Eric, for the input. It's actually pretty good to know that as a client you are happy with the whole process. And this part of the modernization is actually not only important to modernize your application, but also your development teams. You say something I think pretty valuable, Eric, is actually that your developers were like in this Visual Basic 6 box, and they have to go out from there into a more modern tech stack. So it is not only about modernizing your application, but also to make your team more competent into the more recent tech stack. So that's actually pretty good to hear that as well.
Yeah, I mean, it could be, it could be scary. Somebody who's been kind of stuck, maybe not stuck in their mind, but kind of working in that same consistent environment, the same application for a long time. They'll the thought of having to learn sort of several new stacks, with the C# one thing, but then the sort of new deployment models and stuff like that. It's really been great watching them sort of grow through this path and picking up the new languages and starting to be productive fairly quickly. So
good to hear that, Eric.
I really like hearing this from Eric and Santiago about how you've been able to bring application that older than my daughter, right? That's been out there. It's been doing a fantastic job for your organization, Eric, and bring it forward. And you just highlighted, I think, a really great topic where Santiago and his team's able to do an upgrade and get the systems updated and using the latest tech. Eric, when you have folks that are used to the older tech stacks, VB6, WinForms, older versions of .NET Framework, that retraining to learn Blazor, a little bit of JavaScript to sprinkle in there. Did you find you had to spend a lot of time doing training? Was that a significant investment for your project teams, or were you able to follow along and some of your folks were actually already there and were waiting to get back to a tech stack that they were familiar with?
Yeah, it was interesting. We had kind of a mix. We had some people who were like, thank goodness, like I can't wait to do something else, right? Of course, like, people have been playing with other technology sets for a while, and then you have some people that are like, "Yee, this is scary. I'm really comfortable. I know what I'm doing here, and maybe I'm not." And then a few folks in between. But what we found, like going through the .NET training and sort of bringing that the similarities back to VB6 and back to VB, and kind of understanding how the languages line up, like semantically, and then starting to think about how to deploy applications differently, right? And that's a little harder from a sort of we saw with the people who really needed to sort of take a lot of training. That was the hardest part. But fortunately, we kind of had a new development manager who joined us as well, who is really comfortable with more modern applications, and he's been great in terms of mentoring and working hands-on doing coaching with those developers. So, of course, it's an investment. It takes people a couple months to get up to speed and comfortable. But
Certainly.
when people understand the application that well, you're only moving sort of a couple variables at a time, right? They still understand what they're doing, why they're doing it. It's just the how is different. And with a bit of care, a bit of time, people enjoy the work, they enjoy what they're doing, they make that transition. So for us, it was definitely the right choice. I think something like Angular would have been just too many variables to try to change at once.
Too much changing. Thank you so much for sharing how it's impacted and helped your organization from personnel resources that you're going through. But I've got to ask, Santiago, Eric, when you've gone through this process and you've done the migration and going from VB6 to now Blazor and running on the cloud, are you seeing significant performance improvements? Are there accessibility things there that you couldn't even consider when you were on a VB6 app? Folks being able to use the application from tablets, phones, that type of thing. What kinds of benefits do you see from completing this process?
Yeah, well, like I said, we're still in flight right now. We
Sure.
we haven't deployed, but that is absolutely the intent, right? So, we replace what we've got, and that'll be great because we've sort of, cut off the boat anchor to some extent. But then, when I talked earlier about the things that we were being held back from in terms of really being too involved in, and yeah, that includes pushing that application out to other devices, right? Much more flexible sort of remote working environments, ideally better performance, and there's a lot of automation we'd like to inject into the process as well. I mentioned people sort of collecting this data and keying it in. We're looking for ways that we could start to sort of build new workflows in the process. So like you're not actually keying it in, right? We're trying to ingest some of that data directly into our database. We've kind of set up some workflow, but this really starts with us getting off that client server model and onto something more modern. And like I said, on-prem first, kind of like for like, and then the cloud deployment will be something we focus on afterwards.
Santiago, when you work with some of your customers like Eric and his team, I'm guessing you do realize with those projects, performance improvements, smaller application size, and improved security, some of those types of things. Can you speak a little bit towards what you see as you work with other customers?
Yeah, of course. So yeah, the first thing that we will see through our clients, it will be the availability of the application. So instead of being stuck with a desktop application where you have to maybe use a laptop or maybe a desktop computer, as you said, you will be able to access the application in a tablet, in a mobile device pretty easily. So that is going to increase the portability of your application. And one of the things that usually opens pretty well when you do initial modernization is that you can go from that change into the old test stack into the new one and start a proper modernization. So you can be more cloud native. So you can start moving part of that code, maybe using service bus, maybe use event hubs instead of using the standard hard drive to save file. You can go into Azure storage account. So that is the first opener to change your application. And another thing that actually changed pretty well is the delivery times and how do you deliver your application. So usually when you have this legacy application and you have new version, you have to request your personnel to go maybe to a particular link, get the latest version, change a couple of things here and there. And as we already know, the cloud is not going to work that way. So you set up a proper DevOps strategy, you set up the pipeline, and every time that you have a new version, a new feature that would you like to deploy, just execute your pipeline, update your web application, and everyone will have access to the same feature as you need to. So everything gets modernized, not only the application code and the presentation of the application itself, but the whole mainstream process of development and deployment and the whole life cycle gets upgraded. So it is a game changer.
Absolutely. Oh my goodness. So, and how are we doing? Were you able to get the demo reconnected there?
Let me see. I think we are not going to have the proper time because it's still deleting the existing one. So my apologies for that one, Jeff.
That's how you know this is live. Is things like that happens every now and again. If you'd like to wrap up, we can pause and I can let you wrap up, and we can take care from there.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. So yeah, just
Mhm.
for closing up, the first thing will be thank you, Eric, for being here, sharing your experience with us. Actually, pretty valuable for the audience and as well for Gap. So yeah, as you can see from the demos today, modernizing your application is not an impossible task. You can leverage the Visual Studio tool. You can leverage the .NET ecosystem to do that upgrade and take that valuable application that maybe is pretty old but has a huge value into the latest tech stack. And if you are interested in making your enterprise migration more flawlessly into a more solid stage and take that application into the cloud as well, just reach out to us in the Global Acceleration Partners. So thank you, everyone. So Eric, anything you would like to share?
Just thanks Santiago for including me and Jeff and Cameron and the team at Microsoft. It's been great. Really appreciate it.
All right. There's one question I want to touch on. David on YouTube asks, do you have any screenshots of what the application looks like after it is migrated to Blazor?
Well, I don't have the screenshot right now, but it's going to be in a quick summary. Jeff is going to be a direct translate of the presentation that we have in Windows Form into the website. It's going to be, let's say, mostly identical. It's going to be very similar to the Windows Form application visually.
And if folks want to learn more about Gap and your services, where can they go to learn more about that?
Yeah, you can go to wearegap.net, .com, and you can search up in Google also Mobilize. This is all the migration services that we offer to. So just look up for Mobilize into the web browser, and you will get all the information for the migration services that we offer.
Very cool. All right. Well, thank you so much, Santiago and Eric. Really appreciate you joining us today, and we'll have this recorded and available for folks later. Thanks so much.
Awesome.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye.
Oh, man. So it's great to see there are folks out there that are building other tools. There are consulting firms. There are people that are building capabilities that have that knowledge about how to do migrations for you when you have the larger applications, when you have those really big enterprise footprints and you need help getting modern. You want to go through and get folks into the latest version of .NET. They want to make things more secure. They want to start introducing AI. You want to start taking a look at some of the great new things that are available out there, not just in .NET, but across the entire ecosystem as you're building and migrating and growing, not just your application, but your business. It's very cool to be able to have folks out there like Santiago and his team that are able to step in, bring tools that are going to get you there faster than your team. And as we heard from Eric, having to go through all the education experience yourself and try to figure out how to get things leveled up. When you have a big footprint and you need help, there are folks out there that can help you and get you training that you need as well. So that's something that I think we overlook sometimes when we talk about modernizing, is not just modernizing our applications, but modernizing our skill sets as well. Make sure you check out all the content we have on Microsoft Learn. Of course, that's going to be your authoritative resource for all things .NET, but there are amazing consulting firms out there and training companies that have videos and trainers that'll specialize in helping you out. And of course, check out some of the third-party conferences we have in our .NET community that have trainers there teaching workshops and all kinds of great stuff that you can participate in and learn more about. All right. Where's Javier? Hey,
I am right
buddy.
here, my friend. How you doing?
What a pair of days that we've had here, you know?
It's been a thing, right? It's been busy. It's been a lot of great things. And honestly, I'm going to touch on something that you were mentioning here.
Yeah.
That, it's modern, as developers, we tend to focus on, oh, what is a cool new thing? How do I await this API to do something cool, right? Or how do I get more DPI out of my Windows app? Or how do I get more GPU, whatever, right? But
Mhm.
but the one thing you did touch that matters the most, and I'll speak this from experience, is how do you true up your knowledge, right? Because I'm very comfortable with my knowledge. I know that I'm a ASP.NET developer, and I know that very well. But there are other things I can bring on, right? I can bring on more of the AI pieces, not necessarily to do the work for me, but assist me. I'm like, hey, Javier, here are your 6 options. You only knew of 3. Now there's 3 more. It's like, oh,
Yeah.
that's awesome to know, right? And more importantly for me, like as words matter and words have a different meaning. So
Mhm.
modernization, migration, and how when I say that, it's like potato, right? You
Mm.
say one thing and I'm thinking a different thing altogether.
It's right. Modernization, I feel like, encapsulates kind of the whole thing of not just upgrading your application,
Right,
but bringing new features, taking advantage of new technologies.
right.
Right. Let's face it. When we were building that VB6 application in 1998, we weren't thinking about phones or security like the cloud and continuous deployment
Right.
and containers,
Nope.
let alone AI or mobile devices.
Right.
None of this.
Well, and truth be told, is like when Docker came out, you couldn't containerize a .NET application.
Mhm.
Because you could. It was just a lot of pain, right? Because
Oh, yeah.
of just the size of Windows and everything else. And I'm not saying that's
Mhm.
bad or wrong. It's just welcome to see how far we moved,
Yes.
right? And
Oh,
the
yes.
thing I wonder, this is the 15th year we've done these conferences,
Yeah.
right? Right, which is pretty cool, right? So I
Yeah.
wonder what in 15 more years, if we continue doing this, we might still not be retired, Jeff, but it is what it is, right? In 15 more years, what is that going to look like? So pretty neat. We might be a
I'm
100x developer by then.
I'm gonna be looking forward to .NET Conf 2040. Here we go.
2040. That's
Oh my
right.
gosh.
Or we can just say computer enhance, and it'll
Yeah.
actually just do it for you.
All those things. We do have. I think we should go back over
Yeah,
a couple
let's go through
things
our call
there
to
on our
actions. Yep,
slides.
let's go through call to actions, and we have the winners too of the
We do.
swag bag. So we can. I'm sure people will say that. So let's go through the call to actions and then
Yes.
go through those individuals. So that'll be
So
awesome.
let's start off with. Make sure you download the latest copy of .NET.
Yes.
.NET 9 is available out there.
Yep.
And
go ahead. I think
the upgrade assistant.
Yeah, that's right. Yep. And as some of the teams have mentioned, right? So with .NET 10 will be coming out, which literally that would be our next .NET Conf. Like we're
Oh, yeah.
starting planning that in like 2 weeks, right?
You might hear something about it at a little Microsoft event later in May. You
Right.
might.
So we're working towards that. So all of these things are going to get progressively better as the teams work on their releases.
Absolutely. So there's a book out there that our friend Tomas has put together
Right.
that talks through the process of modernizing web applications. He's got a coupon for you, .NET 10, if you go to modernizationbook.com. Very cool.
And again, remember that it's only good until the 26th of April.
Yeah. So we're going to be giving away the swag bags in just a second. But big thanks to all of our sponsors that have helped with communicating information to their mailing lists, to their social media networks. We can't put on an event like this without the support of folks like these. Really great stuff that all of these folks put together and work on and help out with as part of the .NET Conf experience.
It makes things so much easier for us, as we're hosting, as we're producing, as we're working with the studios, and it's so much easier. And the thing about it too is it makes it more tangible for all you viewers out there, right? Because if you're just watching this through YouTube and it's like, okay, well, how do I participate? It's just like it doesn't seem like it's real at times. Well, this is a way you can make it real and connect with each other. So,
and there's our playlist is available for all the videos that we've recorded. They haven't all been edited out yet, but you will find it on YouTube. Go to aka.ms, .NET Focus /modernization/playlist. If you click through the .NET channel on YouTube, you look at the playlist, you'll see the .NET
first one. Actually, if you go there right now, you will see a mug of Jeff and I just looking at each other like this because we're live right now. So
yep. So very cool stuff. And of course, oh, where'd it go? There is an evaluation. Where'd it go? There it is, the event survey.
Yes, very
Let us
important.
know what you think of the event. This is how we learn how to make the event better for you.
Mhm.
aka.ms.net focus/modernization/survey. So real quick survey for you to fill out that just gives us that bit of feedback that we need to make the event better. Now I'm going to take down this set of PowerPoint slides for just a
And
second
bring up our winners.
and bring up the other set of PowerPoint
Yes.
slides that we have here.
And you get a
Pardon me for a
PowerPoint
sec.
slide. And you get a PowerPoint slide.
Oh my goodness. Right? So here we go. Going to share and going to switch over
I'm
to
looking over here at the YouTube chat and some of the comments. So
fantastic.
excited. And by the way, you will be let know, like people will reach out to you with this information. It's not like you have to take a picture here and remember it was you.
Nope.
This information, you will be contacted.
So this is the list of all the prizes that folks who win the swag bag get. Every one of these organizations will reach out to you and they will send to you information about all the stuff that you see here. Okay. Really, really cool. I mean, dear Lord, the number of gift cards there, you're going to be set for a little bit here. All right.
So we'll buy a lot of AI tokens.
Yes. So here's our list of winners. Big congratulations to everybody who participated in our swag bag giveaway. Thank you so much to our sponsors, to these folks that participated. It's been a fun event, Javier.
It's crazy that funny because I received your calendar cancel invite for our weekly meeting to plan for this event this morning, and I'm like, because we're doing it live.
We schedule weekly meetings to talk about and plan and execute these events, and we had a meeting scheduled for today.
Yep, and we kind of had to skip it because the event was happening, so it's all good.
So, congratulations to our winners once again. Thank you so much, everybody, for being a part of the .NET Conf Focus on Modernization event. Javier, that's a wrap.
It is a wrap, and like you said, there's a announcement coming up for the fall one, and it's gonna be pretty awesome.
Oh man, the 15th .NET Conf.
15 .NET Conf and .NET 10. So it's that's divisible by 5s all around.
Oh man. We're going to have some fun with that coming up in the fall. Thank you so much, everybody, for participating. If you want to know more, if you want to stay in the loop with .NET Conf, we have a newsletter that you can sign up for on the .NET Conf website. And
it's right at the bottom. So everybody who goes down there, it says sign up. You click on the link and it takes you, and we'll for example, we mailed the discount code ahead of time. So all this information that we get from our partners and from you, the community, we're more than happy to share it out. So please sign up and you'll get more details on it.
You'll know as soon as we announce .NET Conf 2025.
That's right.
All right. Thank you so much, everybody, for being a part of this. And for Javier, for Matt, Cam, for all of our speakers, thank you so much for being a part of this. We will see you soon with our next .NET Conf event.
See you, everybody.